Born hated, reborn a monster, reincarnated as Hunter Zolomon, Naruto became Zoom, the speedster demon in the reversed lightning suit who fast-forwarded through pain's paths, punched a tailed beast into oblivion, and cancelled Black Zetsu forever. No one locks up this darkness. He is the fire that forges legends.
The Anbu captain's heart stopped beating 3 seconds before anyone in Training Ground 7 understood why. His body stood upright for one full tick of the clock, lungs still mid-breath, eyes still tracking the tree line, hands still wrapped around the kunai he'd drawn when the golden blur registered at the edge of his vision. And then he fell, straight down, like a puppet whose strings had been severed at every joint simultaneously. The other 3 members of his squad watched him collapse with the kind of confusion that precedes horror. There was no wound. There was no mark. There was nothing at all to indicate violence had occurred, except for the fact that their captain was dead, and the blond boy standing 12 feet away had his right hand extended, fingers still vibrating at a frequency that made the air around them shimmer like a heat mirage, red lightning crawling up his forearm in jagged, branching threads. The boy was 12 years old. He wore black and yellow. His eyes held the steady, ancient patience of something that had already lived one full life and decided, with absolute conviction, that this second one would be spent making others suffer until they were strong enough to survive. His name was Naruto Uzumaki, and the shinobi world had produced nothing in its 10,000-year history that was prepared for what he was about to become. 2 years earlier, rain in sheets, a Konoha alley that smelled of copper and refuse, and that particular brand of institutional rot that every village hides behind its monument faces. Naruto was 10 years old, and already something was building inside him. A pressure behind his eyes that had no name, and electricity in his marrow that hummed at frequencies he couldn't articulate but felt with every cell. He'd been running from nothing in particular. Running was what he did when the apartment walls pressed too close, and the silence reminded him that he was alone in a way that transcended the physical. Running kept the thoughts at bay. Running kept the monster behind the seal from whispering. He turned a corner and found death happening. 4 men in Anbu masks, porcelain faces painted with the insignias of beasts, stood in a semicircle around a civilian who was already past the point of help. The man was on his knees. Blood ran from his mouth in a thin, steady stream that pooled between his hands where they pressed flat against wet cobblestone. He was trying to speak. The words came out as bubbles that burst pink in the lamplight. "Should have paid the tax," one of the Anbu said. The bear mask. He was cleaning his knuckles with a cloth, wringing blood from between his fingers with the same detachment a fisherman uses to gut his catch. "Everyone pays. Village runs on contribution. Please." The hawk mask stepped forward and kicked the man in the ribs. The sound was wet, final. Something inside the civilian broke in a way that was never going to heal, and he folded sideways, his cheek hitting the stone, his eyes rolling up to stare at the rain. And the Anbu laughed. They laughed like this was a chore completed, like this was inventory management, like this man, this breathing, thinking, fearing human being, was an entry in a ledger that had been balanced and could now be forgotten. The civilian stopped moving. His eyes went fixed. Naruto felt it happen, felt the exact moment the life left, felt it like a thread being cut somewhere behind his sternum, and then everything inside him detonated. Time stopped. He didn't understand it in that first instant. His body didn't understand it, but the rain froze. Every single drop, thousands of them, millions, silver needles suspended in the lamplight, went still. The Anbu froze mid-motion. The hawk mask had one foot lifted. The bear's cloth was half wrung, a single ruby droplet hanging from its corner like a gemstone that gravity had forgotten. The world went silent in a way that had nothing to do with sound and everything to do with the fabric of reality itself holding its breath. Red lightning crackled at the corners of Naruto's eyes. Both sides. Twin arcs of crimson energy that crawled from his tear ducts to his temples and branched like veins made of pure temporal force. And then the memories came. Not gently, not like a dream surfacing. They came like a wall of water breaking through concrete, sudden, total, annihilating everything in their path. Naruto's knees hit the cobblestone and his hands pressed to his skull and his mouth opened in a scream that existed outside of time, unheard by anyone, swallowed by the frozen moment. He saw a man, himself, another self, a different body, a different world, a different life, but the same soul, the same purpose, the same wound, Hunter Zalman. The memories hid in waves that carried the full sensory weight of lived experience, not visions, not flashes, full immersion. He was Hunter Zalman, and he was sitting in an FBI briefing room at 26 years old, watching case files spread across a table while his partner explained the profile of a serial killer targeting families in Keystone City. He was good at this work. He had the kind of mind that could sit inside a killer's logic without flinching, could trace the broken architecture of their reasoning and find the load-bearing wall, the single fracture that made the whole structure inevitable. His father had been a serial killer. He knew the breed from the inside. He was Hunter Zalman, and he was lying on the floor of an apartment with a bullet in his kneecap, screaming, watching his father-in-law bleed out 6 feet away because he'd made the wrong call, because he'd trusted a profile that said the suspect wouldn't escalate, because he'd been soft, because he believed in the system's ability to contain violence without producing more of it. And his father-in-law was dying, and his wife was going to divorce him. Wow, and his leg was never going to work the same way again. He was Hunter Zalman, and he was in a wheelchair in the Flash Museum, staring at the cosmic treadmill with the cold clarity of someone who had already lost everything worth protecting. Wally West, the Flash, his friend, the man he respected above all others, had refused to go back in time and prevent it, had refused to undo the tragedy, had told him, with genuine compassion and absolute certainty, that changing the timeline was too dangerous. And Hunter had understood something in that moment, something that felt like the floor giving way beneath a life already in freefall. Wally didn't know. He didn't understand. He was the Flash, fastest man alive, hero of Keystone, and he had never truly suffered. He had never been broken down to the foundations and forced to rebuild himself from raw material. He was strong because he was lucky. He was heroic because nothing had ever showed him the cost of failing to be. That wasn't strength. That was comfort wearing the costume of courage. He was Hunter Zalman, and he was climbing onto the cosmic treadmill with legs that screamed in protest, turning the wheel with everything he had left, feeling the machine reject him and then explode, feeling reality come apart at the seams, feeling time fracture around him like glass. And then he was something else. He was something that existed between seconds. He was something that could fast forward and rewind his own personal timeline while the rest of the universe sat frozen, and he looked at his hands and saw them vibrating, phasing, existing at a frequency that made him more than human. And the ideology crystallized. Tragedy makes heroes. It was so simple, so brutally, undeniably true. Every hero he had ever studied, everyone worth the name, had been forged in fire they didn't choose. The fire was the teacher. The fire was the only teacher that produced graduates who could actually survive the next conflagration. And Wally West, beloved Flash, champion of Keystone City, hadn't burned. Not really. Not enough. So Hunter Zalman would burn him, would become his personal apocalypse, would strip away every comfort, every safety, every illusion of invulnerability, and force him to become the hero this world needed, rather than the hero it deserved. Not because he hated Wally, because he loved him. Because he loved every potential hero walking through a world that was too soft to teach them what they needed to know. Because someone had to be the monster that made the heroes real. He was Zoom. He was tragedy given purpose. He was the hand that pushed great men off the cliff so they could discover they had wings. And now, he was 10 years old and kneeling in a rain-soaked alley in a village called Konoha, in a world of shinobi who played at violence while hiding from its true meaning, and the memories of his first life were settling into his bones, like molten steel poured into a mold. Naruto opened his eyes, red lightning flared, the frozen world waited. He understood now, everything. Why he'd been placed here, why the nine-tailed fox burned behind his navel, why the village hated him, and why their hatred was, in its own broken way, a gift. the first of many tragedies that would have forged him even without the memories. This world was soft. These shinobi played at warrior while their children grew up believing that love and friendship and the will of fire would protect them from the things that hunted in the spaces between nations. They were wrong. They were unprepared. And something was coming. Something worse than any of them could imagine. And when it arrived, it would find a village of children playing soldier. Unless someone broke them first. Unless someone became the fire. Naruto stood up. The rain stayed frozen. He walked through it, through the suspended silver, through the silence, and arrived at the bare-masked Anbu. He studied the man's face behind the porcelain, mid-laugh, mouth twisted in amusement. He was enjoying the death of a civilian because he'd been given power without ever being shown its weight. Naruto's right hand began to vibrate. He felt the frequency build, his fingers blurring first, then his palm, then his entire forearm, that phasing through the layers of physical matter until his hand existed at a density that passed through solid objects the way sunlight passes through glass. He reached forward. His vibrating fingers entered the Anbu's chest without resistance, through the flak jacket, through the muscle and bone, through the protective lattice of ribs, and closed around the man's heart. He squeezed. The organ ruptured inside his grip. Arteries popped. Ventricles collapsed. He felt the muscle die in his palm and released it, pulling his hand back through the man's chest clean and dry. There was nothing on his skin. The damage existed entirely inside. Naruto moved to the next one, and the next, and the next. 3 hearts crushed in 3 seconds of frozen time, and when he was done, he stepped back and looked at what he'd made. 4 bodies. 1 civilian who died because the world was rotten. 3 Anbu who died because they were the rot. Naruto released his grip on time. Reality lurched forward. Rain fell. The 4 bodies hit the ground simultaneously. A staggered collapse of limbs and masks and the soft, final sounds of meat meeting stone. Nobody saw. Nobody would ever know. Naruto stood in the rain, vibrating at full frequency for the first time, his features blurred to anyone who might glance his way. His voice, when he tested it, carrying a layered resonance that sounded like 2 people speaking from one throat. You cannot lock up the darkness. The boy spoke the words to the alley, to the corpses, to the rain, to the village sleeping beyond these walls, unaware that the monster it created had just discovered its purpose. He was Naruto Uzumaki. He was Hunter Zalomon. He was both, and he was neither. And he was something this world of chakra and jutsu and bloodline limits had never produced and would never be ready for. He was the tragedy they needed, and he had work to do. The academy years passed in a blur that served his purposes. Naruto attended classes. He sat in the back row. He answered questions with the minimum competence required to avoid special attention. Wrong enough to seem like a struggling student, right enough to avoid being held back. He watched his classmates with the patience of a man who has already seen their futures and found them inadequate. Sasuke Uchiha sat 3 rows ahead, carrying the massacre of his clan like armor plating over everything soft and human inside him. Naruto studied him for months. Here was raw material. Here was a boy who had already suffered, who carried tragedy in his marrow and had chosen to channel it into hatred without direction. A blade swinging at shadows. If Naruto could shape that hatred, give it architecture, force it through the furnace until it emerged as something worth wielding, Sasuke could become genuinely dangerous, genuinely heroic, the kind of hero this world would need when the real threats arrived. But Sasuke needed more. He needed to be broken further. He needed to hit the absolute bottom of what his hatred could offer him and discover that it wasn't enough. That hatred alone was just another form of comfort, a narrative that kept you from doing the harder work of becoming something worth being. Sakura Haruno sat in the middle of the classroom, orienting herself towards Sasuke like a flower tracking the sun, defining her entire identity by proximity to someone she believed was stronger. She was intelligent, genuinely, impressively intelligent, and she was wasting every ounce of it on performance, on being liked, on fitting herself into the shape she believed others wanted. She had never been forced to stand alone, never been stripped of the social architecture that held her upright. She would be eventually. Naruto would make sure of it. Kakashi Hatake would be their teacher. Naruto knew this from the records he'd accessed, phasing through walls at 3 in the morning, vibrating his hand through filing cabinet locks in the Hokage's administrative building, reading personnel assignments 6 months ahead of schedule. Kakashi was the copy ninja, the man with the Sharingan, a genuinely dangerous shinobi who had built his entire combat doctrine around a single stolen eye's ability to read and predict movement. That eye would be useless against the Forever Force. Naruto looked forward to watching Kakashi discover that. He graduated at 12 with scores precisely in the middle of his class. Unremarkable, forgettable, a dead last narrative he'd cultivated like a garden. Let them underestimate him. Let them assign him to a team believing he needed development. Let them place him next to Sasuke, believing the rivalry would push both boys forward. They had no idea what they were placing next to their precious Uchiha prodigy. They had no idea what was coming. Training Ground 7. Morning sun. 3 wooden posts driven into packed earth. Naruto arrived first. He wore the jumpsuit he'd commissioned from a tailor who didn't ask questions. Deep yellow, bordered in black, high collar, the color palette of a warning sign rendered as clothing. He leaned against the center post and waited. And when Sasuke arrived at 7, Naruto tracked him with eyes that held steady red sparks at their edges. Sasuke noticed. His jaw tightened. "What are you looking at, dead last?" "You," Naruto said. His voice was flat, uninflected. The kind of tone that made people lean forward because it offered them nothing to push against. "I'm looking at you and deciding whether you're worth saving." Sasuke's eyes narrowed. He opened his mouth, some retort forming behind his teeth, and then stopped, because something in Naruto's expression killed the words before they could form. There was no posturing in those eyes, no childish provocation. There was assessment. Cold, total, absolute assessment, as if Naruto was looking through Sasuke's skin to the machinery underneath and arriving at conclusions. Sakura arrived at 7:15, saw Sasuke, brightened, saw Naruto's expression, and felt something cold settle in her stomach. She took her position at the 3rd post without speaking. They waited. Kakashi arrived 3 hours late. He appeared in a swirl of leaves at the center of the training ground. One hand raised in greeting, his single visible eye curved in its characteristic false smile. "Yo, sorry I'm late. I got lost on the..." "We're done performing," Naruto said. He pushed off the post. His hands stayed at his sides. Red lightning pulsed once at his peripheral vision. "Start the test." Kakashi's eye tracked Naruto with something new behind it. A flicker, the briefest disruption in his perpetual ease. He studied the boy's posture, the black and yellow jumpsuit, the absolute stillness, the way the air near his body seemed to shimmer at the edges. Then he produced 2 bells from his pocket and dangled them from one finger. "The rules are simple. Take these bells from me before noon, or..." "You are not ready to be heroes," Naruto said. His eyes found each of his teammates in sequence. Red lightning arced at his irises. His voice carried the first trace of that vibrating resonance, a layered quality as if 2 people spoke from one mouth. "But you will be." Silence. Kakashi's eye fixed on Naruto. His hand lowered, bells clinking softly against each other. "Well," Kakashi said. "That's quite a..." Naruto moved. He didn't move through space. He fast-forwarded his personal timeline, pushed himself seconds ahead of the current moment, while everything else remained pinned to the present instant. To Kakashi's Sharingan, which he'd already lifted his headband to activate out of some instinct he'd later be unable to explain, it registered as nothing. 0 data, no chakra spike, no muscle engagement, no telegraphing of direction or intent. The Tomoe spun in his transplanted eye and read empty air where Naruto had been standing, and empty air where Naruto appeared, directly in front of Kakashi's body, right hand already driving forward. Kakashi's ribs broke before his brain processed the transition. The sound came first, a crack like a branch under a boot, wet and structural, and then the pain arrived, and then the momentum. Kakashi was airborne. He hit the trunk of the nearest tree with enough force to splinter bark and drive the breath from his lungs in a burst of red that spattered across his mask. He slid down the trunk and landed on his ass, one hand pressed to his broken side, his Sharingan spinning wildly, reading nothing, predicting nothing, understanding nothing about what had just happened. Naruto stood in the center of the training ground. Both bells hung from his right index finger. He wasn't breathing hard. His expression held the same flat neutrality it had worn since the morning began. Sasuke was on his feet. His body had reacted before his mind caught up. A combat stance, kunai drawn, eyes wide. But the wideness wasn't rage. It was something he had no vocabulary for. The dead last had just dismantled the copy ninja in a single motion, and the Sharingan, the weapon Sasuke's entire bloodline was built around, had seen nothing. Sakura's hands were pressed over her mouth. Her green eyes were enormous above white knuckles. She hadn't moved from her post. Her feet felt rooted. Something primal in the base of her brain was screaming at her to run, to flee, to get as far from the blonde boy in the center of that field as her body would carry her. Kakashi coughed blood into his mask. He looked up at Naruto through his mismatched eyes, one natural, one stolen, and for the first time in a decade of service as a Jonin instructor, felt genuinely lost. How? He coughed again. Ribs shifted under his pressing hand. How did you? Your Sharingan reads movement through space, Naruto said. He pocketed the bells. Red lightning played along his jawline. I do not move through space. I advance through time. Your eye sees nothing because there is nothing for it to see. I was there, then I was here. The space between was never crossed. Kakashi stared. You rely on a stolen eye, Naruto continued. His gaze shifted to Sasuke. You rely on arrogance. His gaze shifted to Sakura. You rely on proximity to power. None of these are foundations. They are crutches dressed up as strength. And I will break every one of you down to the pieces that matter. And from those pieces, I will build something that can survive what is coming. He paused. The air around him vibrated at a frequency that made the grass at his feet lean away. I will make you better. The training ground was silent for a long time after that. Kakashi filed his report that evening with 3 broken ribs, a bruised liver, and a professional worldview that had been pulled apart at the joints. He stood before the third Hokage in the mission room, one arm held against his side, and described what had happened in the flattest terms available to him. The boy took both bells in under 1 second. My Sharingan registered 0 movement data. No chakra was displaced. No jutsu was formed. It was as if he searched for words. As if he simply existed in one place and then existed in another, with no transition between them. Hiruzen Sarutobi sat behind his desk with his pipe between his teeth and his eyes half closed, and Kakashi, who had known this man since childhood, recognized the expression. It was the face the third wore when he already knew something and was deciding how much of it to share. I'm aware of the boy's uniqueness, Hiruzen said. Smoke curled from his pipe. More aware than you might imagine, Kakashi. He's dangerous. Yes, he spoke as if he was the instructor, as if the 3 of us, myself included, were his students. Kakashi's jaw worked beneath his mask. Hokage-sama, what is he? Hiruzen was silent for a long time. The pipe smoke drew patterns in the lamplight that neither man watched. He is what the village made, the old man said finally, or perhaps what the village failed to prevent. Keep him close, Kakashi. Report everything. But understand, if what you're describing is accurate, then keeping him close may be all we can do. Containing him is no longer an option I'm certain we possess. Kakashi left the office with more questions than answers and a bruised rib cage that hurt more with every breath. He thought about Naruto's eyes, about the red lightning there, about the flat certainty in his voice, and arrived home unable to sleep. In the weeks that followed, Team 7 trained. Naruto participated. He completed D-rank missions without complaint, moving through the mundane tasks of pulling weeds and chasing cats with an efficiency that seemed almost mocking in its ease. He never used his speed, his whatever it was, during these missions. He walked at a normal pace. He spoke when spoken to. He was, to all external observation, a boy doing a job. But Sasuke watched him constantly, with a hunger that had nothing to do with rivalry and everything to do with the thing Naruto had demonstrated in the training ground. The dead last, who was never the dead last, who was something else entirely wearing that shape, possessed a power that Sasuke's Sharingan could never copy because it could never see. And Sasuke, whose entire life was organized around the acquisition of power sufficient to kill his brother, felt that blank spot in his understanding like a cavity in a tooth, persistent, aching, demanding attention. He asked Naruto once, during a lull between missions, what that technique was. Naruto looked at him, looked through him. Those red-edged eyes examined Sasuke with something that wasn't contempt, was something worse than contempt, something closer to evaluation. When you've suffered enough to deserve the answer, Naruto said, I'll give it to you. Sasuke's fists clenched. His pride screamed. But underneath the pride, underneath the fury that any Uchiha would feel at being judged insufficient, underneath all of it sat something he refused to name. A recognition that Naruto meant it, that this wasn't a game, that the blonde boy sitting 3 feet away operated on a level so far beyond their genin ranking that the comparison was obscene. Sakura avoided Naruto when she could. She felt his presence like a change in air pressure, a weight that pressed against her awareness whenever he was nearby. She dreamed about the training ground, about the sound Kakashi's ribs made, about the 2 voices that seemed to speak from Naruto's throat when his power was active. She told herself she was afraid, and she was right, but the fear had a quality she couldn't fully articulate. It was the fear of standing near something vast and being uncertain whether it saw you as worth protecting or worth breaking. The Land of Waves mission began as a C rank and escalated the way C ranks always do when the client is lying. Tazuna, the bridge builder, confessed his omission on the road. Gato, the businessman, the mercenary army, the death sentence hanging over Wave Country. Kakashi should have turned them around. Protocol demanded it. But Naruto looked at Kakashi when the decision moment arrived, and in that look was a weight of expectation, a promise that if Kakashi chose safety over necessity, that choice would be remembered. They continued. The Land of Waves was a drowned country, gray water under gray sky, bridges rotting, buildings sagging, the people moving through their own village like ghosts waiting for permission to stop existing. Naruto walked through it with the unhurried observation of a surgeon examining a patient on the table. He saw the poverty. He saw the fear. He saw an entire population that had been crushed by a single man's greed because they lacked the strength to resist it. This was the lesson in microcosm. This was what happened when people were soft, when they believed someone else would save them, when they waited for heroes instead of becoming what they needed. Zabuza Momochi came out of the mist on their second day in country. He materialized from the fog like a judgment, 7 feet of scarred muscle and killing intent, the executioner's blade strapped to his back, bandages wrapped around the lower half of a face that had earned every line of its reputation. Demon of the Mist, A rank missing 9, a man who had murdered his entire graduating class as a child and made a career of the violence that followed. Kakashi stepped forward, lifted his headband. The Sharingan spun to life. Take the client and run, Kakashi said. This opponent is beyond. Zabuza moved. Water style, hidden mist jutsu. The fog thickened to opacity in an instant, a wall of moisture so dense it killed visibility at arm's length. Kakashi's Sharingan strained. He felt Zabuza's killing intent radiating from multiple directions simultaneously, a technique refined over decades of silent murder, water prison jutsu. Kakashi was inside it before he could react. A sphere of water condensed around him with Zabuza's arm driven through its surface to maintain the seal, and the copy ninja was trapped, immobilized, drowning in slow motion, his Sharingan useless inside a prison that offered nothing to predict. Run, Kakashi managed, bubbles streaming from his mask. Take Tazuna and Kakashi! Naruto's voice cut through the mist. The layered quality was there, twin frequencies vibrating in unison. Red lightning crackled in the fog, visible through the gray as twin branching lines of crimson energy. Be still. Watch. Learn. Something happened inside Naruto in that moment. Something that had been building since the alley, since the memories, since the first time he'd vibrated his hand through solid matter and felt the universe acknowledge him as something more than human. The forever force was first. The forever force was the foundation. But it was a foundation, which meant there was always meant to be a structure built on top of it, nature energy bent toward him. He felt it happen, felt the world's ambient force redirect, drawn to him the way iron filings orient toward a magnet. The trees leaned, the water at his feet rose in small, reaching tendrils. The mist itself seemed to thin around him as if the fog recognized something in his frequency and chose to stand clear. The Sage Force. It hit him like a door being kicked open inside his skull. Tactical omniscience. Total empathic awareness. Every person within his radius, their history, their trauma, their foundational wounds, the architecture of everything broken inside them. All of it laid bare in a single rushing flood of information that he absorbed the way his lungs absorbed air. He saw Zabuza. He saw everything about Zabuza. A boy in the bloody mist. Kirigakure's graduation ritual, where children were forced to kill their classmates to earn their headband. A child with no choice standing in a room full of other children with no choice, picking up a blade because the alternative was dying. He saw the moment Zabuza killed his first friend. Saw the light leave a boy's eyes while Zabuza's hands shook so badly he almost dropped the kunai. Saw the graduation ceremony after, the adults congratulating him, calling him a prodigy, calling him a demon, making a weapon from a wound and calling it tradition. He saw Haku, a child in the snow, a mother dead on the kitchen floor, a father standing over her with a farming tool and the blank, empty expression of a man who has just destroyed everything he was supposed to protect. A boy who discovered ice in his blood and was nearly destroyed for it. A boy found on a bridge by a monster who offered him purpose, who gave him the first, "You are worth something," that wasn't immediately followed by violence. Haku loved Zabuza the way a drowning person loves the hand that pulls them above water. It didn't matter that the hand belonged to a killer. It was the only hand that reached. Naruto saw all of this in a microsecond. The Sage Force delivered it complete and irrefutable. And he made his choice. He stepped forward through the mist. His body vibrated at full frequency. The forever force layered beneath the Sage Force, time and knowledge woven together into something that made him untouchable and all-seeing simultaneously. Zabuza's killing intent washed over him and found nothing to grip. You cannot intimidate someone who has already seen your wounds. You cannot frighten someone who knows exactly which memories make you scream. "Zabuza Momochi," Naruto said. His voice filled the fog. It came from everywhere. "I can see you. All of you. Every single thing you've buried under that blade and those bandages and that reputation. Do you want to know what I see?" Zabuza's eyes went wide above his bandages. His grip on the water prison tightened. "I see a child," Naruto continued, "who was never given a choice. I see a graduation where the village killed its children and called it strength. I see you holding a kunai and shaking. I see the face of the boy you killed first. You still remember his name. You still see him. Every night." "Shut your mouth," Zabuza snarled. Naruto's Sage Force expanded. He drove it into Zabuza's mind like a spike, into Haku's mind simultaneously. Twin invasions, telepathic dominance, at a velocity that human consciousness was never designed to process. He took their worst memories, Zabuza's graduation, Haku's father standing over his mother's body, and he played them on loop. Not once, not twice. On continuous repeat, accelerating with each cycle, faster and faster, until the memories blurred into a single sustained note of agony that consumed every other thought. Zabuza hit his knees. The water prison dissolved, Kakashi splashing free, gasping, eyes wide, because Zabuza's concentration was gone. His hand pressed to his head. His mouth was open. A sound came from behind the bandages that none of his enemies had ever heard in 20 years of combat. Zabuza Momochi was screaming. A raw, broken animal sound. The sound of a man whose composure had been peeled away to reveal the wounded child still living underneath. Haku stood 10 feet away, masked, trembling. His hands were pressed to the sides of his head. Ice formed in the air around him involuntarily, crystalline structures erupting from his panic, needle-thin senbon of frost manifesting and dissolving, and manifesting again as his concentration cracked under the weight of his father's face. Playing over and over and over in his mind's eye, Sakura pressed herself behind Tazuna. Her hands were shaking. Sasuke stood rooted, Sharingan spinning wildly. His Tomoe had awakened in this moment. The stress response finally triggering what his bloodline had always promised. But there was nothing for the new eyes to copy. There was nothing to learn from what Naruto was doing, because what Naruto was doing existed outside the bounds of anything the Sharingan was designed to understand. Kakashi treaded water and stared. Naruto walked across the surface of the lake. He didn't use chakra to do it. The forever force simply ensured his feet existed at a temporal frequency, where the water's surface tension couldn't identify him as something to reject. He reached Zabuza in 6 steps. His right arm began to vibrate, that familiar frequency, the one that phased through matter like it wasn't there. He drove his hand through Zabuza's chest. It entered from the front and the fingers emerged from the back, and between the entry and exit, Naruto's vibrating palm severed the heart from its connections. Not a crush this time, a cut, a clean, absolute separation of the organ from everything that fed it. Zabuza's scream cut off. His eyes went wide. Then they went empty. He fell forward, face first into the shallow water at the lake's edge, and the ripples he made were the last movement he'd ever generate. Naruto pulled his arm free. His hand was dry. His face was the same flat, unreadable mask it always was. Haku dropped to his knees. The mental assault had stopped the moment Zabuza died. Naruto released him from the loop, but the aftershock was still playing behind the boy's eyes. His ice mask had cracked. Tears ran beneath it. His hands were still pressed to his skull. "Your master is dead," Naruto said. He looked at Haku with something that was not kindness, but might have been its skeleton. "You defined yourself through service to another person. That person is gone. Now you must learn what you are without him. That is the gift I've given you." Haku didn't answer. He couldn't. He was staring at Zabuza's body in the water, and the world had stopped making sense around him. Naruto turned back to his team. Sasuke's new Sharingan spun in his eyes. Tsutomu, freshly born, the shock having triggered what years of brooding hadn't. Naruto noted it, filed it away. Useful. "Look at this, Sasuke." He lifted his hand, dry, unmarked, holding the residual shimmer of a vibration that had just ended a life. "Look at what hesitation costs. Look at what happened to a man who built his entire identity on a single bond with a single person. A single point of failure. Do you see?" Sasuke couldn't speak. His new eyes were burning with information they didn't know how to process, and his chest was tight with something that combined horror and fascination and envy into an emotion he had no name for. "If you cannot stomach death, you will die," Naruto said. His red-lit eyes held Sasuke's spinning ones without flinching. "Suffer the tragedy of your weakness and grow past it." He turned to Kakashi, who was still waist-deep in the lake, one hand pressed to his ribs, his face beneath the mask cycling through expressions that didn't make it past the fabric. "You were trapped in 6 seconds, Naruto told him. "You, the copy ninja, the student of the 4th Hokage, the man with 1,000 jutsu. 6 seconds, and you were helpless while your Genin team faced a threat you declared beyond them." A pause. The red lightning at his eyes flared once. "Think about what that means, Kakashi. Think about what that says about everything you believe about your own preparedness, and then decide whether you want to keep lying to yourself about being enough." Kakashi said nothing. There was nothing to say. The man who had fought in the Third War, who had watched his teammate give him an eye and his other teammate die under a rock fall, who had killed his own teacher's student. That man stood in the water and watched a 12-year-old walk away from an execution he'd carried out with zero hesitation, and felt the foundations of his certainty shift beneath him. He was watching something happen that he had no framework for. And the worst part, the absolute worst part, was that he couldn't find a single flaw in the boy's logic. Gato came the next day, brought his entire mercenary army to the unfinished bridge, 200 men with swords and crossbows and the competence of people who have only ever bullied those weaker than themselves. Gato himself stood at the back, smiling, secure in his numbers. Naruto stood at the center of the bridge, alone. He told the team to stay back. He told them this was a lesson for Wave Country. The mercenaries charged. Naruto activated the Forever Force and fast-forwarded through them. To the people of Wave Country, who had gathered on the shore to watch their bridge fall, who had come to witness the death of their last hope, it lasted in a second. A blur of yellow and black. Red lightning tracing a path through the army like a brushstroke through wet paint. And then 200 men were on the ground. Some dead, some broken, none standing. Gato stood at the back of his army with urine running down his leg, and Naruto standing in front of him, having crossed 200 meters of battlefield in the time it took the businessman's heart to beat once. "You built an empire on the weakness of others," Naruto said. "That empire ends now, but I won't kill you." Gato's legs gave out. He hit his knees. Thank you. The people of this country will kill you. Naruto looked over his shoulder at the gathered crowd. If they don't, if they choose mercy, if they decide that forgiveness is sufficient, then they've learned nothing, and they deserve whatever comes next. He stepped aside. The people of Wave Country stared at Gato, at the man who had starved them, who had murdered Kaiser in the public square, who had turned their home into a prison and charged them rent to live in their own cells. They surged forward. Naruto walked back to his team while the sounds happened behind him. Sasuke looked sick. Sakura was crying. Kakashi's single eye tracked Naruto with an expression that lived somewhere between horror and the terrible beginning of understanding. Tragedy makes heroes, Naruto said. To his team, to the bridge, to the country behind him that was, in this moment, learning what it meant to take their own fate back by force. The lesson is complete. They returned to Konoha. The mission report Kakashi filed was heavily redacted. There were conversations between Kakashi and the Hokage that happened behind closed doors and involved raised voices, which was unusual because Kakashi never raised his voice. The substance of those conversations remained sealed, but Naruto knew the Sage Force gave him everything now, the telepathic awareness humming at the edges of his perception. Like a radio permanently tuned to the frequencies of those around him, that Kakashi was arguing for Naruto's confinement, and the Hokage was arguing that confinement was impossible. They were both right. Months passed. Team 7 took missions. The dynamic had shifted in a way that Naruto observed with satisfaction. Sasuke trained with a desperation that hadn't existed before. Harder, longer, pushing his body past its limits with a frequency that spoke of something beyond rivalry. He was chasing the image of what Naruto had done in Wave. He was trying to understand how a person reached that level and whether the path to it required something he was willing to pay. Sakura studied, actually studied, medical texts, chakra theory, combat applications. She'd stopped performing for Sasuke's attention. Fear had carved something new inside her, a need to be capable for its own sake, because she'd witnessed what happened to people who weren't. Kakashi trained with his team more actively than he'd trained with any Genin squad in his career, because the alternative was admitting that his role here was ceremonial, that the boy in the yellow jumpsuit didn't need a teacher and never had. The Chunin exams were announced. Naruto accepted his nomination without expression. He knew what was coming. The Sage Force had shown him the threads: Orochimaru's interest in Sasuke, the Sound Village's infiltration, the Sand's complicity. He knew the invasion was being prepared. He knew Hiruzen would die. He made his choice about that months in advance. The Forest of Death was a testing ground for children, a simulation of danger designed to weed out the weakest candidates. 44 locked gates, a central tower, and 5 days of survival combat between Genin teams that ranged from adequate to extraordinary. Team 7 entered from Gate 12. They moved efficiently, Sasuke on point, Sakura providing tactical assessment, Naruto walking between them with the unhurried stride of someone attending a function he'd already been briefed on. They acquired their second scroll within the first 3 hours by defeating a rain team that never saw Naruto move. He phased through their formation, plucked the scroll from the lead Genin's pouch, and was back with his team before their sensor had finished saying, "Contact, right flank." It was on the second day that Orochimaru found them. The forest went wrong in stages. First, the killing intent. It hit Sasuke and Sakura like a physical force, a wave of predatory focus so concentrated it bypassed their nervous systems and struck directly at the lizard brain, the animal core that understood on a molecular level what it meant to be in the presence of something that was going to eat you. Sasuke froze. His hands shook. His new Sharingan activated involuntarily. Tomoe spinning in panic, his body flooding with adrenaline it couldn't direct. Sakura dropped to her knees. Her vision tunneled. She saw her own death playing out in a dozen variations behind her eyes, and each one was so vivid, so immediate, that her body couldn't distinguish prediction from experience. Naruto felt it. He felt it the way you feel a breeze through an open window, a fact about the environment, a notification of someone's intent. But killing intent operated through fear, and fear required uncertainty about the outcome. And Naruto Uzumaki had been certain about every outcome since the night he walked through frozen rain and crushed a man's heart from the inside. Orochimaru descended from the canopy. He was wearing a grass shinobi's face, literally wearing it, stretched over his own features like a mask made of human skin, the edges puckered and wrong. His tongue extended, 4, 5, 6 feet of pale, glistening muscle that moved with independent intelligence. His killing intent focused on Sasuke, on the boy's throat, on the patch of skin where the curse mark would be placed. The Sannin breathed. "What delicious potential you carry. Let me give you a gift." The forest floor split. The sound was primordial, a crack that began beneath Naruto's right foot and expanded outward in every direction. The ground itself fracturing, trees uprooting, the entire sector of forest within a quarter-mile radius deconstructing as gravity turned against it. Naruto's foot came down, and the earth answered the strength force. It rose in him like a second heart bursting to life inside his chest. Not chakra, not nature energy, something older, something that connected him to the fundamental forces that held matter together. Gravity, mass, the absolute laws that determined what weighed what and how things fell. He felt the weight of the planet beneath him. He felt himself become a conduit for it. He felt with terrifying clarity that if he put his full intention behind a single action, the mass of the entire world would flow through that point. The earth erupted. A seismic shockwave radiated from Naruto's position, a pulse of displaced gravity that hit Orochimaru's 60-foot summoned snake head-on and obliterated it. The creature didn't die. It was unmade. The gravitational force concentrated at its center and pulled it apart in every direction simultaneously. Blood and scale and bones separating, scattering, raining across the destroyed forest in a grotesque precipitation that coated everything within throwing distance. Trees fell in cascading patterns. The ground opened in fissures that ran 50 meters deep. Orochimaru was forced off his branch, forced to move, forced to abandon his position, forced for the first time in this encounter to prioritize his own safety over his objective. He landed on a falling trunk with inhuman grace, yellow eyes already calculating, already assessing. The Kusanagi sword materialized in his hand, the legendary blade capable of cutting anything, indestructible, a weapon that had served him across decades of combat and never been turned aside. He lunged. The sword drove at Naruto's center mass, a thrust that carried a Sannin's full speed behind it, aimed at the heart, intended to eliminate whatever this was before it could become more of a problem. Naruto caught the blade in his bare hand. His fingers closed around the edge. The Kusanagi, the sword that could cut through anything, pressed against his palm and found that the strength force had made his grip into something that outweighed the concept of sharpness. You cannot cut what is infinitely heavier than you. You cannot pierce what has the mass of a planet concentrated in its skin. The sword stopped. Orochimaru's arm shook. His yellow eyes went wide, truly wide, the slit pupils dilating, the composed mask of the scientist and the immortality seeker cracking for the first time in decades because the data he was receiving was impossible. Naruto held the blade, his red-lit eyes locked with Orochimaru's golden ones. "You are a parasite," Naruto said. His voice carried the full dual-layered resonance of the forever force humming beneath the strength force. "You dress grooming as cultivation and call yourself a genius. Everything you have built is a monument to cowardice with a long name." Orochimaru tried to pull the sword back. It didn't move. Naruto's grip was absolute. "Sasuke is not your experiment. He is mine." Naruto released the sword and punched Orochimaru in the chest. The strength force, full, unrestricted, the focused mass of a planet channeled through a 12-year-old fist, connected with the Sannin's torso, and the result was apocalyptic. It wasn't an impact. It was an extinction event concentrated in a single point. Orochimaru's midsection partially ceased to exist. The force punched through him and continued through the air behind him in a shockwave that leveled another 100 meters of forest. Trees disintegrated, stone pulverized. The air itself seemed to collapse and reform in the wake of something that exceeded its tolerance for violence. Orochimaru survived, because Orochimaru always survived. His body was a nest of contingencies, replacement vessels, regeneration protocols that meant true death required absolute destruction of every cell. A snake erupted from the ruin of his torso. It vomited a new body, pale, sweating, whole but visibly shaken in a way that no one alive had ever seen the Sannin display. He stood on a distant branch, 50 meters away, both hands pressed to his chest as if confirming its solidity. His yellow eyes were fixed on Naruto. His mouth moved behind the curtain of his hair. "The Yellow Demon," he whispered. A name, a label, the only frame he could construct around what had just hit him. "What are you?" Naruto stood in the crater his stomp had made. Red lightning arced along his arms. The air near him was still shimmering with residual gravitational distortion. He didn't answer. He didn't need to. The answer was in the destroyed forest, in the obliterated snake, in the hole that used to be a Sannin's body. Orochimaru fled. He melted into the earth, a substitution technique chained into an escape route he'd prepared before the encounter, and was gone, retreating, running. A Sannin, one of the 3 legendary shinobi produced by Konoha in its golden age, running from a 12-year-old genin because the alternative was testing whether his contingencies could survive a second punch. The forest settled. Dust fell. The sounds of distant wildlife resumed as the shockwave's echoes faded. Sasuke was on his hands and knees. The killing intent had released him when Orochimaru fled, but its aftermath left him shaking, nauseous, his Sharingan still spinning in panic mode. He'd watched the fight. He'd seen Naruto catch the Kusanagi barehanded. He'd seen the punch that unmade a Sannin's body. And somewhere inside the architecture of his pride, a crack had appeared, a fissure. A question that would grow louder with every passing day until it drowned out everything else. How? How was Naruto this? How had the dead last become something that legends ran from? And if this kind of power existed, if this was possible, then why was Sasuke still measuring himself against Genin when the scale he should be chasing was so far beyond him that the distance was obscene? The curse mark was never applied. Orochimaru never got close enough. The plan had failed at its inception because the variable he hadn't accounted for, the Yellow Demon, had rendered every calculation void. Sakura sat against a tree trunk with her arms wrapped around her knees, breathing in shallow gasps, her green eyes fixed on the destruction that used to be a forest and the boy who stood at its center as if this was a morning's exercise. "We continue to the tower," Naruto said. He stepped out of the crater. His voice was normal again, flat, even, stripped of the dual resonance. "Collect yourselves. We have 4 days." They reached the tower in 6 hours. No team engaged them. Word had spread through the forest, the explosions, the destruction visible from the canopy, the sense that something had happened in Sector 7 that redefined what was possible in this exam. Teams saw the yellow and black jumpsuit and chose other routes, the preliminary matches, the tower's internal arena. Genin from every competing village lined the balcony railings, watching the screens that would determine who fought who. Naruto's name appeared against a rock nin whose file listed proficiency in Earth-style fortification jutsu. The match lasted 1.3 seconds. Naruto stood in the arena. The proctor called begin. Red lightning flared at Naruto's eyes. He fast-forwarded, existed in the instant after the fight while the fight itself was still beginning, and his opponent was on the ground, unconscious, a single strike to the base of the skull having disconnected higher function from lower with the kind of efficiency that left the medical team nothing to treat. The arena was silent. Then the whispers began. In the Kaja box, where the third Hokage sat beside the disguised Kazekage, who was Orochimaru wearing a dead man's face and bearing fresh bruises on his psyche, Hiruzen watched Naruto return to the balcony and felt something heavy settle behind his sternum. The boy had come so far from the child he'd bought ramen for, so far from the orphan who'd craved acknowledgement. Whatever had happened to Naruto Uzumaki at 10 years old, whatever transformation had occurred in the space between the lonely boy and this terrifying young man, it had produced something that Hiruzen was increasingly uncertain the village could survive. But that was a problem for later. For now, the Chunin exams continued. The finals were held a month later, an outdoor arena. Thousands of spectators, daimyo from 3 countries, the full Jonin rosters of 5 villages observing from the stands. Naruto was matched against Neji Hyuga in the first round, A fighter whose entire combat philosophy revolved around the Byakugan's ability to see chakra pathways and predict movement, Neji entered the arena with the rigid composure of someone who has confused fatalism with insight. He spoke about destiny, about the failure of effort to overcome the circumstances of birth, about how Naruto, the dead last, the orphan, the nobody, was fated to fall before a Hyuga's eyes. Naruto listened. He stood in the center of the arena with his hands at his sides and his red-edged eyes fixed on Neji, and he listened to every word about fate with the patience of someone being told a joke whose punchline he already knows. "Are you finished?" Naruto asked when Neji's speech wound down. Neji activated his Byakugan. Veins bulged at his temples. His all-seeing eyes engaged and saw nothing, the same nothing Kakashi Sharingan had seen. The same void where data should be. Naruto's movement didn't register on the Byakugan because there was no movement. There was only a boy existing in one moment and then existing in a different moment, and the space between contained nothing for eyes of any kind to perceive. Naruto appeared behind Neji. The Hyuga spun. Rotation forming, chakra expelling from every tenketsu. But Naruto was already gone, already behind him again, already driving a palm strike into the center of his back that hit with enough strength force to lift Neji off his feet and send him skidding across the arena floor in a plume of dust and broken stone. Neji rolled, regained his feet. Blood ran from the corner of his mouth. His Byakugan strained, spinning, searching, finding nothing, and Naruto was in front of him again. Fate, Naruto said, is a story cowards tell themselves so they never have to try. You have a choice, Neji Hyuga. You have always had a choice. The cage you describe is one you built yourself and decorated with your family's tragedy. I will show you what is on the other side of that cage. He hit Neji 7 times in 2 seconds. Each blow carried just enough strength force to break without destroying. 3 ribs, left forearm, right knee, jaw, collarbone. Neji hit the ground and stayed there, alive, conscious, staring up at the sky with his Byakugan fading as his concentration failed. 8 trigrams, 64 palms requires a target that exists within the same time frame as your hands, Naruto said, standing over him. Nothing in your arsenal functions against something that has already happened. Fate did not beat you today. I did, and I'm giving you a gift, the knowledge that your philosophy was wrong. Build something better from the wreckage. The proctor called the match. The arena was a wall of noise, screaming, shouting, the sound of thousands of people trying to process what they'd witnessed. In the stands, Might Guy gripped the railing with enough force to bend the metal. Kurenai's hands were shaking. Asuma's cigarette had gone out without him noticing. In the Kage box, Hiruzen watched Naruto leave the arena floor and felt the weight behind his sternum grow heavier. Orochimaru, wearing the Kazekage's face, felt phantom pain in a chest that had been regenerated from nothing and tasted bile at the back of his throat. The Yellow Demon. The finals continued. Naruto's subsequent matches ended in similar fashion. Opponents engaged and defeated so swiftly that the crowd barely had time to assess the beginning before the end arrived. Each fight produced the same reactions. The stunned silence, then the eruption. The sense of witnessing something that would be discussed for years. Jonanen from other villages who had entered this exam believing themselves exceptional, sitting in the stands with hollow expressions as they recalibrated their understanding of where they sat on the scale of power. Sasuke won his matches through conventional means. His Sharingan had matured, 3 Tomoe now, driven to full development by the stress of living in proximity to something that exceeded him so completely that the gap functioned as a constant training stimulus. He fought well. He fought at the absolute peak of what his age and experience allowed. And it didn't matter. Because in the seat 3 rows above him, Naruto watched his fights with the same flat evaluation he always wore. And Sasuke could feel that gaze. Could feel it measuring the distance between what he was and what he needed to become. And the distance was killing him. The invasion came during the final match. Feathers fell from the sky. Genjutsu, Temple of Nirvana. The crowd slumped in their seats as sleep took them. Sand Shinobi and Sound Shinobi erupted from their disguises in the stands, in the tunnels, at the walls. The barrier went up around the Kage box, 4 sound nin at the corners, purple energy boxing Hiruzen in with the thing wearing the Kazekage's face. Konoha went to war. Naruto stood on the Hokage monument. He'd removed himself from the arena the instant the genjutsu deployed, fast-forwarded through the confusion, phased through the walls, crossed the village in a fraction of a heartbeat. And now he stood on the 4th Hokage's stone head and looked down at his village burning. Explosions bloomed in the commercial district. Smoke columns rose from the residential sectors. Shinobi clashed in the streets, Konoha's defenders engaging sand and sound forces with the desperate efficiency of a military caught partially off guard. Civilians ran screaming through avenues that had been peaceful markets an hour ago. The giant snake summons crashed through the outer wall, carrying invasion forces on its back. Naruto watched. Red lightning ran at the edges of his vision. The wind at this height caught his yellow and black jacket and pulled it sideways. He could end this in seconds. The Forever Force could take him through every enemy in this village before their hearts beat twice. The Strength Force could level the invasion army with a single stomp. He had the power to save every single person dying below him right now. He chose to wait. Tragedy will make the leaf stronger. He spoke the words to the wind, to the village, to the dying below him. Hiruzen's death will give birth to a generation that actually knows what it is protecting. Let it burn. Let them suffer. Let them grow. On the rooftop, inside the barrier, Hiruzen Sarutobi fought Orochimaru. The 3rd Hokage, old, slower than he'd been, but carrying the weight of every jutsu he'd learned across 7 decades of service, formed the seals for the Reaper Death Seal. The Shinigami materialized behind him. Ghostly arms reached through his body toward Orochimaru's stolen form. Naruto watched from the monument. His sage force fed him every detail. He felt Hiruzen's life force draining as the technique consumed its user. He felt the old man's resolve, steady, absolute, the genuine willingness to die so that his village might live. He felt the old man's last thought. It wasn't about the village. It wasn't about the will of fire. It was about a boy sitting alone at Ichiraku Ramen at 8 years old, and an old man in white robes sitting beside him, and the warmth of the broth and the sound of a child laughing because someone chose to be kind. Hiruzen died. Naruto felt it happen, felt the life leave, felt the sage force register the cessation like a frequency going silent. Something moved inside him. Something that Hunter Zolomon's architecture of conviction hadn't fully accounted for. Something that was only Naruto, only the boy, only the child who had been hated and alone and afraid before the memories came. And that something Ak. He gave himself one moment, one single moment to feel it, to let the grief exist, to acknowledge that the man who bought him ramen was gone, and that his death was a direct consequence of a choice Naruto made, the choice to let the invasion proceed, to let the tragedy play out, to stand on this monument and watch while the only person who'd ever been unconditionally kind to him died fighting for a village that had produced the conditions for this invasion by being too soft for too long. The grief was real. It was a weight in his chest that bore the exact shape of an old man's smile. He sealed it, put it behind the ideology, locked it in the place where Hunter Zolomon kept all the evidence of his own humanity, the place that had to remain closed for the philosophy to hold, for the purpose to remain clear, for the architecture to stand. This is what it costs to be the architect of tragedy. This is what it costs to make the world strong. He bore that cost, and he did not look away from it. The barrier on the rooftop collapsed. Orochimaru fled, arms sealed, plans ruined, facing a retreat that would become a permanent condition. The Sands' resolve wavered with the revelation of their Kazekage's murder. But the invasion's final weapon was already in motion, Gaara of the Sand, Jinchuriki of the One Tail. The boy they'd turned into a living weapon was losing control, Shukaku pressing against the seal, sand erupting from the gourd, the tailed beast's form beginning to manifest above the tree line at the village's eastern edge. A tail. Then two. The sand demon's shape swelling, growing, casting a shadow over entire districts as it reached full emergence. Shukaku roared. The sound was a physical force, a wave of concentrated malice that blew out windows for a square mile. Buildings began to disintegrate under the pressure of the beast's chakra radiation. Konoha's defenders pulled back. Even the Jonin-level shinobi gave ground. This was a tailed beast, the living definition of a force that could not be opposed by individual effort. The lesson was about to become extinction. That wasn't the plan. Naruto moved. He dropped from the Hokage monument. The forever force engaged at full capacity, his personal timeline accelerating until the fall became a descent at impossible speed. Gravity combined with temporal manipulation, turning his body into a golden meteor, trailing red lightning in a vertical streak from the monument to the battlefield. He hit the ground in front of Shukaku. The impact crater measured 60 meters across. Naruto stood at its center, red lightning wreathing his entire body, the air around him distorted by overlapping force fields. Forever force, sage force, strength force, all three working in concert. He looked up at the tailed beast towering above him. Shukaku's yellow eyes, manic and gleeful, fixed on the speck of gold and black at its feet. "Another toy!" the beast shrieked. "Another thing to crush in!" Naruto punched upward, the strength force, full planetary mass, his fist connected with Shukaku's jaw, with the enormous, impossible-scale jaw of a tailed beast that towered over buildings, and the mass of the entire planet Earth channeled through that single point of contact. The result transcended the word punch. Shukaku's head snapped back. The entire beast, 100 meters of sand and chakra and ancient malice, was lifted off its feet. Its form destabilized on impact. The structural integrity of its sand body failed. Cracks ran through it in branching patterns like a glass statue struck by a hammer, and then the whole thing came apart. Sand exploded outward in a pyroclastic wave that Naruto walked through without changing pace. The tailed beast's consciousness went black. The sand fell like rain across 5 city blocks. Gaara hit the ground. He fell from the dissolving form of his Biju. A small, thin boy with red hair and rings of exhaustion around his eyes and a seal on his stomach that was burning with the effort of containing a beast that had just been knocked unconscious through its host. He landed on his back in the sand-covered street and stared up at the sky with the blank incomprehension of someone whose entire frame of reference has just been invalidated. A shadow fell across him. Naruto stood above him, looking down, red lightning fading from his eyes as the moment's intensity settled. One Jinchuriki standing over another. They were mirrors. Naruto knew this. The Sage Force showed him Gaara's history in totality. The assassination attempts, the father's betrayal, the uncle's lie, the isolation, the sand that killed without his permission, the loneliness so total it had calcified into a philosophy of self-love that was really just self-preservation dressed in prettier language. They were the same wound wearing different faces. "You are a tragedy that has not learned its lesson yet," Naruto said. His voice was quiet, not in pitch, but in intensity, stripped of the layered resonance, stripped of the threat, carrying only the weight of someone speaking to another version of themselves. "You believe your pain entitles you to inflict pain. It does not. Your pain is a forge. You are supposed to walk through it and emerge as something that can protect what matters. You have not walked through it yet. You have sat inside it and called the fire your home." Gaara stared up at him. His pale eyes were wide. Nobody had ever spoken to him like this. Nobody had ever looked at him and seen anything besides a weapon or a monster. "Live," Naruto said. "Suffer. Grow. Find something worth protecting outside yourself. And when you've done that, when you've become what your village needs instead of what your village fears, then you'll understand why I'm doing what I'm doing." He turned and walked away. Behind him, Gaara lay in the sand and felt something shift in the architecture of his chest. Not love, not warmth, but possibility. The first crack in a wall that had been solid since the night his uncle died and told him he was unloved. The invasion ended. Konoha counted its dead. The third Hokage's funeral drew thousands. The village wept. Naruto attended the funeral. He stood at the back in black and said nothing. His face betrayed nothing. But behind his sternum, in the sealed place where he kept the cost of his convictions, something pressed against its container and demanded to be felt. He didn't let it. The architecture held. The village would grow from this. They would bury their Hokage and find someone stronger to take his place. They would rebuild their walls higher. They would train their children harder. They would carry this scar into every future decision, and it would make them less likely to be caught sleeping again. Tragedy makes heroes. The cost is real. The cost is personal. The cost is the thing you feel pressing against your chest at funerals for men who were kind to you. You pay it anyway. Tsunade became the 5th Hokage. Naruto was uninvolved in her recruitment. He had larger concerns than the politics of succession. He spent the weeks following the invasion training, refining. The strength force responded to focus and intention the way a blade responds to a whetstone. He stood in training ground 44, the forest of death, abandoned since the exam, and practiced gravitational manipulation until trees floated at his command and boulders compressed to the density of neutron stars in his grip. He felt the other forces waiting. Beyond the 3 he'd already claimed, there were more. The force spectrum stretched in directions he could sense but hadn't yet reached. Powers that would require the right moment, the right catalyst, the right emotional truth to unlock. They were coming. He could feel them approaching the way you feel a storm in the change of air pressure. Sasuke was deteriorating. Naruto watched it happen through the Sage Force, felt the boy's frustration building like water behind a dam. Sasuke trained himself to collapse every day and woke each morning with the same terrible knowledge. He was getting stronger, yes, incrementally, visibly, in ways his peers could recognize. But the distance between himself and Naruto hadn't closed, hadn't even begun to close. The scale was wrong. He was climbing a hill while Naruto stood on a mountain so tall its peak was lost in cloud. And then the Sound Four came, Orochimaru's messengers. 4 shinobi who arrived in Konoha's shadows and whispered to Sasuke about power without limits, about the curse mark as a gateway, about Orochimaru's ability to grant strength that could close any gap. Sasuke listened. He listened because the alternative was admitting that the gap might be permanent, that Naruto's power might exist on a level that couldn't be reached through any training or teacher or bargain. And Sasuke Uchiha, whose entire existence had been organized around the goal of killing his brother, of being enough to kill his brother, could accept anything except permanent insufficiency. He left in the night, through the village gate, past the sleeping guards, down the road that led away from Konoha and toward a snake's den. He was running toward power. Naruto saw it clearly, saw the decision's architecture through the Sage Force, felt Sasuke's reasoning, understood every thread of logic that led to this moment. And what he felt, watching Sasuke choose, was fury. Not because Sasuke was leaving, not because the defection was unexpected, but because Sasuke had taken the lesson, Naruto's lesson, the demonstration that power mattered, that strength was the only currency this world respected, and stripped it of its purpose. He'd kept the violence and thrown away the meaning. He was choosing to become powerful in service of nothing beyond his own revenge. A blade swinging at a single target with no thought for what it would protect once that target fell. That was wrong. That was the opposite of what Naruto was building. Tragedy was supposed to produce heroes, people who suffered and grew and emerged capable of protecting something beyond themselves. Sasuke was running toward a parasite because he was afraid to face the truth that real strength came from surviving the fire, not from having someone else hand you a shortcut around it. Naruto's mistake, his student, his responsibility, he would fix it. The Valley of the End. 2 stone figures facing each other across a waterfall. Madara Uchiha and Hashirama Senju, frozen in combat for eternity. The original schism of the shinobi world rendered in granite. The water fell between them in a roaring curtain, throwing mist into the air, filling the valley with a sound like the world breathing. Sasuke stood at the top of Madara's head. Naruto stood at the top of Hashirama's. They faced each other across the divide. Sasuke had changed. The journey from Konoha, the fight through the retrieval team that had been sent after him, the Sound Force sacrifices to clear his path, had pushed his curse mark to full activation. Black flame pattern markings crawled across half his face. His Sharingan spun at 3 tomoe in both eyes. His chakra was thick and wrong, tainted by Orochimaru's seal, carrying the sour-sweet density of borrowed power. But he was still Sasuke, still 12 years old, still a boy who had confused proximity to strength with actually possessing it. Naruto looked at him across the valley and felt the fury burn behind his sternum. "You're here to bring me back," Sasuke said. His voice was harder than it had been. The curse mark gave him a confidence that hadn't existed before. Borrowed confidence. The kind that comes from someone else's hand on your shoulder, rather than from your own spine holding you upright. You think you can force me to return to that village? I know I can, Naruto said. His voice was the flat, uninflected blade it always was. The question is what condition you'll be in when I do it. I'm stronger now. Sasuke flexed his hand. Chakra crackled, Chidori forming in his palm, the technique Kakashi had taught him, the sound of 1,000 birds screaming in miniature. Orochimaru's power. Orochimaru's power is a leash disguised as a gift. Naruto's eyes burned with steady red light. You are running toward a snake because you are afraid to face what you have to become. That is cowardice wearing the costume of ambition. I will drag you back to Konoha in whatever condition I have to. Sasuke's face twisted. Rage. Real rage. The kind that lives in the bones. The kind that has been building for months in the company of someone who consistently, effortlessly, undeniably demonstrates a superiority that can't be argued with or denied. Don't talk to me about cowardice, he screamed. The curse mark flared. Its pattern expanded, crawling over more skin, deepening in color. You stand there with your philosophy and your speeches, and you think you understand. I understand that your brother killed your family, and you decided to become a weapon aimed at one man, Naruto said. I understand that you've never once asked yourself what you'll be after Itachi is dead. I understand that Orochimaru sees that emptiness in you and is exploiting it because a boy without a future beyond revenge is the easiest thing in the world to manipulate. Something in Sasuke's expression cracked. The fury was there, enormous and hot, but beneath it, just for an instant, was the flash of recognition that comes when someone says the thing you've been refusing to think. Then the curse mark surged. Stage 2. His skin went gray, his eyes inverted, black sclera, red iris, his hair lengthened to a mane of blue-gray. And from his shoulder blades, tearing through his shirt, erupted a pair of grotesque hand-shaped wings. Fleshy, purple, spread wide against the sky like a demon breaking free of a human shell. Sasuke rose into the air on those wings, chakra pouring from him in waves, and formed the black Chidori in his left hand. A concentration of lightning so dense it had collapsed past blue into absolute black. Screaming with a sound that was less like birds and more like reality itself being torn, he dove, wings tucked, body a missile, the black Chidori leading, aimed at Naruto's chest with everything Sasuke had, every hour of training, every night of insomnia, every moment of inadequacy crystallized into a single attack that carried the full force of his frustration and his rage and his desperate, choking need to prove that the gap could be closed. Naruto watched him come, watched the wings and the blackened skin and the inverted eyes and the screaming technique, and saw, with absolute clarity, a boy who had chosen the wrong path and was now using the wrong power to express the wrong conviction. He made his decision. Every restraint he had maintained across 5 arcs, every moment of holding back, every fight where he used only what was necessary and saved the rest for later, came to an end in the space between one heartbeat and the next. The still force. Something inside Naruto opened. Something beyond the forever force, beyond the sage force, beyond the strength force. A door he'd felt waiting at the edge of his awareness for months, the 4th frequency, the 4th layer of the spectrum. And it opened now because this was the moment that demanded it. The universe stopped. The waterfall froze mid-fall. 100-meter curtain of water suspended in absolute stillness, each droplet visible, each current arrested, the entire cascade turned to a glass sculpture of itself. Sasuke froze 1 inch from Naruto's chest. His black Chidori hung in the air, the black lightning visible as frozen tendrils, each one suspended in the instant of its expansion, the sound cut to nothing. The light it cast played across Naruto's face, yellow, red, black, the colors of something terrible about to happen. Every bird in the valley froze mid-flight, wings extended, bodies suspended. Leaves froze in their spiral descent from branches. The mist froze in its rising, the air froze in its movement. Every molecule, every atom, every quantum of motion in the Valley of the End obeyed the command that radiated from Naruto Uzumaki's body and stopped. The silence was absolute. Not the silence of a quiet place, the silence of a universe that had ceased to function. the silence of entropy itself being told to wait. Naruto exhaled. His breath was the only moving thing in existence. He stepped to the side. Sasuke's frozen form hung in the air, wings spread, teeth bared, hand extended, the black Chidori crackling in frozen silence an inch from where Naruto's chest had been. A sculpture of fury. A monument to misguided conviction. Naruto walked around him. He circled the frozen Sasuke at a measured pace, examining him from every angle. The wings, the curse marks patterns, the expression of absolute commitment on that gray-skinned face. A sculptor examining unfinished work. A teacher assessing a student who has answered the exam question wrong, but shown their work clearly enough that the error is identifiable. "I am the tragedy you must learn to overcome, Sasuke," Naruto said. His voice existed in the silence like a candle in a void, the only warm thing in a universe of cold stillness. Every broken bone, every scar, every nightmare you carry from this moment forward, that is my gift to you. Use it. Learn from it. Let it burn away the weakness and the cowardice and the parasite's influence and become what I know you can be. He stepped back in front of Sasuke, faced the frozen, screaming expression, and reached for the final frequency, the speed force. It didn't awaken the way the others had, not like a door opening or a heartbeat beginning. It arrived like an ocean breaking through a dam. It arrived like something that had been waiting to be claimed since before Naruto was born. Since before Hunter Zalomon first stepped onto the cosmic treadmill. Since before the concept of velocity was ever given a name. Pure, limitless, infinite speed. It hit Naruto's body and his body answered. Energy erupted from him, golden lightning, crimson lightning, chaotic arcs of red and gold that branched from his form in every direction, scorching the frozen air, burning tracks into the stone beneath his feet. His clothes changed. The yellow and black jumpsuit burned away and was replaced, reformed by the speed force itself into something that belonged to it. A suit, sleek, fitted, a material that existed between physical states. Yellow so deep it was almost gold, black paneling at the joints and seams, red lightning crackling across its surface like a living circuitry, the emblem on the chest, a reverse lightning bolt, the sign of Zoom, the mark of tragedy given purpose, the suit of Hunter Zalomon, manifested in full, complete. Naruto looked at his hands, red and gold lightning arcs between his fingers. He felt the speed force, felt its infinite depth, its boundless potential, the raw totality of what it meant to hold the fundamental force of motion in your body like a second bloodstream. The forever force had made him unmoored from time. The speed force made him unmoored from limits. He was complete. He was every version of Zoom that had ever existed, and every version that would ever exist. And he was 12 years old, and he was standing in a frozen universe, wearing the suit of his past life, and the power of something that exceeded the word power. He released the still force. Time resumed. Sasuke's black Chidori drove forward into empty air. His momentum carried him past where Naruto had been. His brain hadn't yet registered the absence, hadn't processed that his target was gone, that the universe had stopped and restarted around him, that something fundamental had shifted in the microsecond between intention and execution. He spun in the air. His wings caught the wind. His inverted eyes searched. He found Naruto, and his heart stopped. The boy in the yellow and black jumpsuit was gone. In his place stood something else. Something wearing a suit that crackled with red and gold energy. Something with lightning for a heartbeat and the absolute stillness of conviction for an expression. The reverse lightning bolt on the chest, the eyes that burned solid red behind the mask's lines. Sasuke's voice failed. His curse-mark wings beat at the air. "What are you?" Naruto moved. He crossed the distance between them at faster-than-light velocity. His fist connected with Sasuke's chest, and the impact happened before the sound of it. The crack of ribs breaking, arriving half a second after Sasuke was already flying backward. The speed differential, making cause and effect desynchronize. Sasuke hit the water below, went through it, hit the riverbed beneath, cratered stone. He exploded upward, wings beating, screaming, firing a grand fireball from his mouth that painted the valley in orange, and Naruto was already through it, already past it. Moving at speeds that made fire look frozen, moving in the spaces between instants that human senses couldn't distinguish from each other, Naruto's hand closed around Sasuke's left arm. His grip tightened. He pulled. The arm broke. Multiple points, wrist, elbow, shoulder separated with wet, grinding sounds that Sasuke registered as individual explosions of pain stacking on top of each other faster than his nervous system could process them. He screamed. The sound was raw and young. A child's scream, stripped of the curse mark's borrowed confidence, returned to its fundamental register. Naruto released the arm and took the right one. Broke it in 3 places with a single twisting motion that lasted a fraction of a microsecond from his perspective and an eternity from Sasuke's. Both arms now, hanging useless. The Chidori dead in a hand that could no longer close. The wings. Naruto's hands vibrated. The buzzsaw frequency, the same technique that had ended the Anbu captain in a rain-soaked alley 2 years ago, engaged in both palms. He drove his hands into the bases of the curse mark wings and tore. The vibration severed flesh from flesh at the molecular level. The wings separated from Sasuke's back in a spray of blood that painted the air between them. Sasuke fell. He hit the water, sank, rose, coughing, thrashing, his broken arms floating useless at his sides, the curse mark receding from his skin as the damage overwhelmed its ability to sustain stage 2. His Sharingan flickered. His gray skin faded to pink. He was 12 years old again. 12 years old and broken in the water with red spreading from where his wings had been. Naruto descended to the water's surface. The speed force held him aloft, each footstep landing on the water as if it were solid ground. Golden red lightning arcing from his heels with each contact. He walked toward Sasuke, unhurried. The battle was over. It had been over from the moment Naruto decided to end it. Sasuke looked up at him. Through the blood and the pain and the fading consciousness, he looked up at the figure in the crackling yellow suit and his Sharingan, struggling to stay active, the Tomoe spinning erratically, tried one last time to read what it was seeing. It saw nothing. It had always seen nothing. It would always see nothing. Naruto reached down and lifted Sasuke out of the water by the collar, held him at arm's length, examined his face, the swelling already beginning, the breaks already discoloring, the expression of someone who has been so thoroughly exceeded that the concepts of the rivalry no longer applies. "You misunderstood the lesson," Naruto said. His voice carried the full dual-layer resonance, the voice of a boy and the voice of a ghost speaking in perfect unison from behind the suit's mask. Power without purpose is a tantrum. Strength without something to protect is self-destruction with extra steps. Orochimaru offered you a shortcut, and you took it because you were afraid of the real path. He brought Sasuke's face close to his own. The real path is suffering. The real path is losing. The real path is having everything stripped away and finding out what's left. And what's left, Sasuke? What's left after the pride and the rage and the borrowed power are gone? Is the thing that will let you kill your brother. Is the thing that will let you protect whatever you decide to protect afterward. But you have to earn it. You have to burn for it. And today, I am your fire. He hit Sasuke in the face with a Speed Force enhanced strike that rearranged the boy's features. Then again. Then again. Each impact at a velocity that made the individual blows indistinguishable. A continuous, devastating application of force that lasted less than a second from the perspective of the universe and an eternity from the perspective of the boy receiving it. Sasuke's consciousness flickered. In, out, in. The world reduced to disconnected images. Golden lightning, a reversed bolt symbol, the taste of copper, the feeling of his face changing shape under impacts he couldn't perceive. In the spaces between awareness, something formed, a recognition, a truth being beaten into him with literal, physical force. He was not enough. He was not close to enough. The path he'd chosen was wrong. The snake was wrong. The rage was wrong. Everything he'd built since the night his family died was a structure made of sand, and the boy in the golden suit was the tide. Naruto stopped. He held Sasuke at arm's length again. The boy's face was a mask of blood and swelling. His eyes had rolled back. His breathing was shallow, alive, decisively alive. Naruto had never come close to killing him, had modulated every impact with the speed differential's precision to ensure maximum pain and zero lethality. He would heal. He would wake in a hospital bed in Konoha with the memory of this burned into every nerve. And that memory would be the foundation. That memory would be the forge. Naruto set Sasuke's body on the water. The boy floated face up, unconscious, broken, breathing. Blood drifted from him in thin red threads that the current carried downstream. Naruto stood over him. The speed force crackled in golden red arcs around his body. The suit blazed. His red eyes looked down at his work, his student, his mirror, his project, and the expression behind the mask was not satisfaction. It was something closer to grief. The same grief he'd felt on the monument watching Hiruzen die. The cost, the tax that conviction levies on the person who holds it. "I will be the monster in the dark," Naruto said. His voice filled the valley, echoing off the stone faces of Madara and Hashirama, bouncing across the water, carrying into the forest and the sky. "I will be the villain that forces this world to understand what it means to fight for something worth keeping. Every one of you will become a hero, the kind this world actually needs, or you will break trying. That is the only promise I will ever make you." He looked up, at the sky, at the clouds moving above the valley, at the sun hanging in its place. "You cannot lock up the darkness. You can only make the light strong enough to survive it." He picked up Sasuke's body, lifted it with one hand, turned toward Konoha, toward the direction of the village, miles away, where a retrieval team was fighting its way through sound subordinates and waiting for news. He threw Sasuke's body arcs through the air, a careful speed force calibrated throw that would deliver the boy to the road where the retrieval team would find him. Not gently, not with kindness, but alive. Alive and carrying the scars that would make him stronger. Naruto stood alone at the Valley of the End. The waterfall roared. The stone faces stared at each other across the divide. Red and gold lightning crackled across Naruto's body in diminishing arcs, the speed force settling into its new home, becoming part of him as permanently as his heartbeat. He thought about Konoha, about the faces that would be waiting for explanation, about Kakashi, who would want answers, about Sakura, who would cry, about the Hokage, who would demand accountability. He couldn't go back. The suit, the power, the truth of what he was, it exceeded what the village could contain or understand. They would try to control him. They would try to use him. They would fail at both, and the conflict would destroy what he was building. He needed time. He needed distance. He needed the world to evolve in his absence, needed his students to grow without the crutch of his presence, needed the village to develop the strength that his proximity prevented them from finding on their own. He would return. When the world was ready for its final lesson, he would return. Naruto Uzumaki, Zoom, the architect of tragedy, the monster in the dark, the man who would make them all into heroes, turned his face to the sky. Red lightning arced in his eyes. The speed force sang in his veins like an infinite chord. He ran. The valley exploded outward from his departure point. Water blasted in every direction. Stone cracked. The air split with a sonic boom that echoed for miles. And then he was gone. A streak of gold and red cutting across the sky, moving faster than light, faster than thought, faster than anything this world had ever produced or would ever produce again. The Valley of the End sat empty. The waterfall resumed its endless fall. Wind moved through the trees. Somewhere in the distance, a retrieval team found a broken boy on the road and scrambled for medics. Far above, shrinking to a point and then vanishing entirely, a streak of gold and red lightning carved a path across the clouds and disappeared beyond the horizon. The world had changed. The world had no idea how much, but it would learn. They would all learn. In Konoha, Kakashi stood at the village gate and waited for news with a book in his hand that he wasn't reading. His Sharingan eye ached beneath the headband. His ribs healed now, months later, but carrying the phantom memory of the day they broke, twinged in the cold. A messenger hawk arrived. He read the report. Sasuke recovered. Naruto gone. He closed the report and looked at the sky. At the point where, if a person could move faster than light, there might have been a streak of gold. "What are you?" he asked the air. The air did not answer. But somewhere, impossibly far away and moving further with every passing instant, a boy in a golden suit heard the question and smiled behind his mask. The same smile Hunter Zalman had worn the day he first stepped onto the cosmic treadmill. The smile of a man who knows exactly what he is and knows exactly what it costs. In a hospital room in Konoha, Sasuke Uchiha opened his eyes. Both arms in casts, face bandaged, body a landscape of fractures and trauma. He remembered everything: the golden suit, the reverse lightning bolt, the words spoken into his face with dual-layered conviction while his bones broke. The real is suffering. The real path is losing. Use it. Sasuke stared at the ceiling, his Sharingan activated behind the bandages, spinning, burning its 3 tomo into the gauze. He did not think about Orochimaru. He did not think about the snake. He thought about a golden streak cutting across the sky and the boy inside it who had beaten him so thoroughly that the word defeat was insufficient, who had dismantled him, deconstructed him, reduced him to his components, and told him to rebuild. For the first time since his family died, Sasuke Uchiha asked himself a question that had nothing to do with Itachi. What am I supposed to become? The question had no answer yet, but it was the right question. And somewhere at the edge of the world, moving beyond the boundaries of what should be possible, Naruto Uzumaki felt Sasuke ask it through the Sage Force's lingering awareness and knew, with the absolute, unshakable certainty that defined his every breath, that the first lesson had taken root. 3 years is a long time for a village to grieve. It is nothing for a man who moves between seconds. Naruto crossed the border of the land of fire at speeds that turned geography into a suggestion. The countryside blurred beneath him, rice paddies and river valleys and mountain passes rendered as a single green-brown streak that his consciousness registered only as terrain covered. The speed force sang in his veins with the full-throated resonance of something that had found its permanent home. And the lightning at his heels painted the sky in arcs of gold and crimson that anyone watching from below would have mistaken for atmospheric phenomena. He ran east first, toward the ocean, toward Kirigakure, the bloody mist, the village that had produced Zabuza Momochi by feeding children into a machine designed to produce weapons from wounds. The country was an archipelago wrapped in perpetual fog, a geography that matched its reputation, everything obscured, everything hidden, everything operating behind a curtain that kept the outside world from seeing what happened on the other side. Naruto saw through it. The Sage Force showed him everything the mist was trying to hide. A shipping route, 3 islands off the main coast, connected by water channels that legitimate trade had abandoned years ago. Boats moved through those channels at night, boats with sealed hulls and human cargo, children taken from fishing villages on the mainland, and ferried to processing facilities where they were sorted by age and physical capability and sold to the highest bidder. Some went to serve in noble houses. Some went to underground fighting circuits. Some went places that the Sage Force showed Naruto in full, and that he filed in the same place he kept every reason he had for doing what he did. He arrived at the central processing island on a night when the fog was thickest and the boats were fullest. 27 children in the hold of the largest vessel, 6 guards on deck, a logistics operation run by a former Kirigakure Chunin who had defected during the Civil War and decided that if the village was going to tear itself apart, he might as well profit from the people it left unprotected. The still force activated. The world stopped. Fog hung suspended. Waves froze mid-crest, their white tips preserved like sculpture. The guards on deck stood locked in their positions, 1 mid-yawn, 2 playing cards, 3 scanning the water with the bored vigilance of people who have never encountered a threat they couldn't handle. Naruto walked across the frozen water. His footsteps left ripples that propagated outward in the stillness and then froze themselves, a trail of circular disturbances marking his path like stepping stones made of paused physics. He reached the ship. He boarded. He moved through the guards one by one. He did what needed doing with vibrating hands and the absence of ceremony. 6 hearts stopped between one frozen second and the next. The logistics operations leadership, 7 more individuals on the island itself, in a building that stank of sweat and desperation, received the same treatment. He released the still force. 13 bodies fell in different locations simultaneously. The children in the hold heard thumps above them and went silent with the practiced stillness of people who have learned that sound brings attention and attention brings pain. Naruto opened the hold. 27 faces looked up at him, ranging from 5 to 12, gaunt and terrified. their eyes adjusting to the red gold lightning that played across the figure standing above them in a suit that crackled with energy they had no vocabulary for. He said nothing to them. There was nothing to say that would matter more than the fact of their freedom. He lifted the anchor, turned the vessel toward the mainland fishing village it had departed from, and set the autopilot, a crude chakra-driven mechanism that he activated with a pulse of the forever force through its internal workings. The boat sailed home on its own. The children arrived at dawn. The fishing village that had lost them found them returned, with 13 corpses floating in the harbor as explanation. That was the first week. The Land of Earth, a mining operation in the mountains northwest of Iwagakure that appeared on official documents as a legitimate resource extraction enterprise and appeared on underground ledgers as a labor camp. Workers recruited from refugee populations, people displaced by border conflicts between minor nations, promised wages and shelter, delivered into shafts that went a mile beneath the surface with no exit route, and a life expectancy measured in months. Naruto arrived during a shift change. The surface operation was staffed by former shinobi, Chunin-level combatants who had left their village's service for private sector work that paid better and asked fewer questions. They wore civilian clothes over bodies that still carried the musculature and reflexes of trained fighters. He stood at the mine entrance, yellow suit blazing, the reverse lightning bolt catching the mountain sunlight. The foreman saw him first. The man's hand went to the weapon at his hip, a reflex, and then stopped because the figure in the yellow suit was vibrating. The air around him shimmered. The ground beneath him was cracking in small, branching lines that spread outward from his feet like something impossibly heavy was standing in a space designed for normal weight. "The mine is closed," Naruto said. His dual-layered voice filled the mountain air. "Everyone below comes up. Now." The foreman made a decision that cost him his life. He signaled his security team. 12 former shinobi moved at once, weapons drawn, formation executed with the muscle memory of people who had trained together for years. The strength force. Naruto stomped. The shockwave radiated from his right foot in a circle that expanded at the speed of sound. The ground within 30 meters of his position cratered inward, a depression that deepened by 6 feet in an instant, taking the security team's footing with it. They fell into the sudden pit. Before they hit the new bottom, Naruto was among them. The speed force turned his movements into something that 12 pairs of eyes could not track. 12 impacts. 12 bodies crumpling. The entire engagement lasted less time than the shockwave took to dissipate. The miners below, 216 men, women, and teenagers who had been underground so long their skin had gone gray and their eyes had developed the permanent squint of people who feared light, came up through the shaft elevator in groups of 30 over the next hour. Naruto stood at the surface and waited for every group. He counted them. When the last group emerged, blinking into sunlight they hadn't seen in weeks, he turned his attention to the mine itself. One stomp. The strength force at full expression. The mountain over the mine collapsed inward, a mile of tunnels crushed flat, the entire infrastructure buried under 1 billion tons of rock. The mine ceased to exist in the time it took a heart to beat. The displaced workers scattered into the mountain winds. Some would find their way home. Some would find new homes. All of them would carry the story of a golden figure who broke the mountain and set them free without asking for anything in return. Naruto ran. The streak of gold and red crossed the mountain range and vanished over the western horizon. Word spread in the way that rumors spread through the shinobi world, through whispered mission reports, through intelligence networks that traded information like currency, through the civilian populations who told their versions in taverns and markets and around cooking fires. The yellow ghost, the devil in the suit. The stories varied by region. In the land of water, they said it was a spirit summoned by the souls of children lost to the Bloody Mist era, something wearing human shape but operating at inhuman speed, a vengeful entity that targeted exploitation with absolute prejudice. In the land of Earth, they called it the Mountain Breaker, a force of nature that had taken offense at the mine and delivered judgment so swiftly that the only evidence it had happened at all was the absence of a mountain where one used to stand. In Kumogakure, the Raikage, the fastest shinobi in the Cloud Village, a man who had built his entire combat identity around speed, received a report about an entity that moved faster than his lightning armor could track and did not use chakra. He read the report twice, then he read it a third time. Then he put it in his personal file and spent the rest of the afternoon staring out his window at the clouds. In Tsunagakure, Gaara, the Kazekage now at 15, the youngest to ever hold the title, a boy become leader who carried the scar of a lesson delivered in sand and the weight of a question he was still answering, received an intelligence briefing about impossible incidents across 3 nations and felt something in his chest that he recognized, a resonance, a familiarity. He looked at the reports. He looked at the trail of impossibility they described. And he thought, you're still out there. You're still working. He filed the reports and went back to governing. There was a village to protect. That was the lesson. In Konoha, Kakashi Hatake sat in his apartment and tracked the reports as they filtered through Ambu channels. He had a wall, a corkboard pinned with papers, connected by red string in the way that investigation boards always seem to end up looking when the investigator knows who they're investigating and is trying to map what, rather than who. 3 years of incidents, 15 countries, 47 confirmed interventions where the outcome was impossible without a force that exceeded conventional shinobi capability. The targets were consistent: exploitation operations, trafficking rings, slave markets, warlords who preyed on undefended populations. The methodology was consistent: speed that couldn't be tracked, force that couldn't be matched, totality that left nothing standing. The signature was consistent: the lightning, gold and red, seen by witnesses at the margins of every event. Kakashi looked at the board and saw the shape of a boy he had failed to understand, failed to contain, and failed to teach. Not because his instruction was inadequate, but because the boy had never needed instruction, had arrived complete, had arrived with a philosophy already formed and a power already in motion and a purpose already irrevocable. His ribs twinged. Phantom pain from 3 years ago. The memory of a morning when a genin took his bells in 1 second and told him everything he believed was a crutch dressed up as strength. He thought about filing a report with Tsunade. He decided against it. What would the report say? The entity that had been operating across 3 continents for 3 years was their former genin who had beaten a Sannin, killed an A-rank missing Nin, and broken Team 7's foundations before he turned 13. That entity was now stronger, that the trail of liberation and execution he was leaving across the shinobi world was consistent with the ideology he'd expressed at 12 years old. Tsunade already knew. Everyone who needed to know already knew. The question was what they intended to do about it. And the answer, the honest answer that nobody in a position of authority was willing to say out loud, was nothing. There was nothing they could do. There had been nothing they could do since the morning. Naruto Uzumaki declared himself the fire and asked them to burn. Jiraiya found the trail in his 14th month of searching. Or rather, Jiraiya followed the trail for 14 months. And on the last day of the 14th month, sitting in a tea house in a border town between the land of rain and the land of grass, he looked up from his cup and found Naruto already sitting across the table. The boy had grown. 15 now, taller, leaner, his frame carrying the kind of density that comes from absolute physical mastery rather than from bulk. The suit was deactivated. He wore civilian clothes, black shirt, yellow jacket, his blonde hair longer and pulled back from a face that had lost the roundness of childhood and gained the angular certainty of someone who had settled into the final version of themselves. His eyes were the same, blue that burned red at the edges. The lightning playing at his peripheral vision in small, habitual arcs. "You've been tracking me for over a year," Naruto said. His voice was deeper than it had been at 12, but the quality was unchanged. Flat, direct, offering nothing to push against. "I decided to save you the remaining distance." Jiraiya looked at his godson across a tea table in a nothing town and felt the weight of everything he had come to say pressing against the inside of his teeth. The speech. The one he'd been rehearsing for 14 months of bad leads and impossible speed, and the growing certainty that the boy he was chasing was something the world had never seen before. "You know why I'm here. Jiraiya said. You want to offer me something I've already decided to refuse. Hear me out. Naruto lifted his tea, drank, set it down. The gesture was so normal, so human, so 15 years old in a tea house, that it made what Jiraiya knew about him seem like a fever dream. I'm listening. Jiraiya took a breath. Your father wanted something for you. Minato he wanted you to carry the will of fire. He wanted you to be the kind of person this village could rally behind. He sealed the 9 tails in you because he believed you could bear it and because he believed the village would see you as a hero for awe. My father sealed a weapon into an infant and trusted a village of people who could not be trusted to recognize the difference between a jailer and a prisoner. Naruto's eyes held steady. His faith was beautiful. His judgment was catastrophic. I am what his judgment produced. You could be more than this. Jiraiya leaned forward, his hands large, scarred, the hands of a man who had fought everything the world could throw at him, pressed flat on the table. You could be what he dreamed. You could come back, lead, build something from the inside instead of burning it from the outside. Naruto's cup rotated between his fingers, a slight motion. You want me to be a symbol, Jiraiya. Symbols get worshipped. I am a fire. Fire does not need worship. It needs fuel. Jiraiya stared at him, at the absolute certainty in those eyes, at the absence of doubt, the complete structural absence of the thing that makes normal people second-guess their convictions and change course and adapt. You've killed people, Jiraiya said. It came out flatter than he intended. I've ended things that were causing harm. The distinction matters to the dead. It matters to you too. I know it does. I knew your mother. I knew your father. I know what lives inside you beyond. He gestured at Naruto's body, at the air around it that still shimmered at the edges. Beyond whatever this is. You knew a boy who was hungry for acknowledgement, Naruto said. That boy died in an alley at 10 years old when he watched Anbu murder a civilian and laughed about it. What was born in that moment remembers the boy's feelings, but it does not operate on them. Naruto, the world is softer now than it was 3 years ago. The trafficking networks in 3 countries are gone. The exploitation infrastructure that was producing victims faster than any village's mission system could address has been reduced by 60%. The shinobi who were preying on undefended populations have been removed. I did that. While your villages held meetings and discussed politics and argued about jurisdiction, I moved. That is what I am for. Jiraiya's jaw worked. The arguments were there. He had them prepared, organized, ready to deploy. But sitting across from this boy, this 15-year-old with eyes that held lifetimes and a voice that brokered nothing, the arguments felt like paper held up against a flood. The Akatsuki are moving, Jiraiya said instead, changing tack. Because if ideology wouldn't work, maybe information would. They're collecting tailed beasts. They've taken 2 already, the 5 tails and the 7 tails. Their plan is, I know their plan. Naruto set his cup down. The slight red flare at his irises intensified. I have known their plan for 2 years. I have been watching them collect power because the pressure of their existence was useful. It forced the villages to strengthen their defenses and take threats seriously for the first time since the Third War. That utility is approaching its limit. When it expires, I will move through them the same way I move through the trafficking networks. A pause. The lightning at his eyes crackled once. Faster. Jiraiya sat with that, with the image of what it would look like. This boy, at this power level, moving through S-rank missing nin with the same speed and finality he demonstrated against slavers and mine operators. You're talking about killing some of the most dangerous shinobi alive. I am talking about ending a threat that will otherwise kill hundreds of thousands. The method is the shortest distance between the problem and its resolution. Naruto stood. He left money on the table for his tea, a gesture so mundane it was almost funny against the backdrop of what they were discussing. You came here to recruit me. You failed. I came here to tell you something in return. He looked down at Jiraiya with eyes that, just for a moment, just for the briefest flash, held something that was younger than the philosophy. Something that belonged to the boy and only the boy. Stay away from pain, Naruto said. His real name is Naruto Uzumaki. He uses 6 bodies controlled remotely through chakra receivers. His base of operations is in the land of rain. You know him. He was your student once. Jiraiya's face changed. The recognition hit him like cold water. You are going to find him because that is what you do, Naruto continued. You are going to try to save him because that is also what you do. If you go, he will kill you. His power exceeds yours by a margin that your combat experience cannot close. I am telling you this once, as the single gift I will give you. Stay away from pain. He turned, moved toward the door. Naruto. The boy stopped, did not turn back. Are you happy? The question hung in the air of the tea house like smoke from a fire that had gone out long ago. Happiness is irrelevant to what I am, Naruto said. What I am is necessary. I have made my peace with the difference. He walked through the door, and the air where he'd been standing shimmered, and the golden streak lit the sky for half a second before it vanished over the horizon. And Jiraiya sat alone with his tea and the weight of a godson who was everything Minato never imagined, and nothing Minato feared, and something entirely, terrifyingly beyond what any prophecy had ever described. He thought about Nagato, about the land of rain, about the warning he'd been given by a boy who moved between seconds and spoke with 2 voices and killed without hesitation and saved children without ceremony. He thought about staying away. He did not stay away. And that is how Jiraiya died, 6 months later, in the rain of Ame, with a message carved into a toad's back and a body falling into water that would never give it back. Naruto felt it happen through the Sage Force, felt the life signature wink out, felt the exact moment Jiraiya's heart stopped beating, miles away, in a place Naruto had told him explicitly to avoid. He stood on a cliff in the land of lightning and felt the grief hit him the way a wave hits a breakwater, fully, forcefully, and with the absolute knowledge that the wall would hold. He gave himself 10 seconds, 10 seconds to feel the weight of the second person who had been kind to him dying because they chose to. Because they were who they were, and being who they were was what got them killed. Then he sealed it, put it in the same place, behind the ideology, behind the conviction. In the room where Hunter Zalomon kept the evidence that his purpose was expensive. The cost. The personal, irreducible cost. He bore it. He did not look away. And the ghost years ended because the Akatsuki's utility had expired 3 minutes after Jiraiya's death. And Naruto Uzumaki made his decision about them in the same heartbeat that the grief hit the wall. They had killed someone who mattered. Now none of them would matter at all. Hidan was in the middle of his ritual when the world stopped. He had a Konoha Chunin's blood on his pike. Some patrol, unlucky enough to cross paths with the immortal pair in the border forest between fire and hot water. And his Jashin circle was drawn in the road's dust. And his transformation was active, the black and white bone pattern crawling across his skin like infection given form. He stood at the circle's center with his scythe raised and his mouth open in prayer to a god who rewarded suffering with immortality. The still force. Every molecule in a quarter-mile radius ceased to move. Hidan froze mid-prayer. His scythe hung above his head, suspended by nothing. Gravity itself paused in its work. Kakuzu, 50 meters back, threading his way through a secondary engagement with the Chunin's partner, froze with 3 of his 5 hearts exposed, the tendrils from his body extended like roots seeking soil. Naruto stepped out of the frozen moment, the way a man steps through a doorway. He walked between the suspended dust particles. He examined the tableau, Hidan at his ritual, Kakuzu in his extension, the Chunin team dying in installments, the Sage Force engaged for 3/10 of a second. He read Hidan like a book left open. The ritual mechanics, the specific theology of Jashin's blessing, the way the immortality functioned, pain transference through blood contact, the body's inability to die regardless of physical destruction, the consciousness persisting even in dismemberment. He read Kakuzu, the 5 hearts, each from a different elemental affinity, each capable of independent operation, the body functionally unkillable until all 5 were destroyed simultaneously or in sequence. Solutions formed faster than the analysis completed. Naruto moved to Kakuzu first. The strength force activated in his right hand. Focused, localized, the mass of continents concentrated in a grip that closed from 20 feet away. He pointed at Kakuzu's chest, 5 fingers spread, and pulled. Gravity inverted at 5 specific points inside Kakuzu's body. 5 individual gravitational collapses, each centered on one heart, each pulling inward with the force of a collapsing star. When the still force released, when time resumed and the universe remembered how to move, Kakuzu's 5 hearts were already paced. The tendrils retracted like severed nerve endings. The body hit the ground in the same instant it remembered it was supposed to be alive and discovered it wasn't. Hidan's scythe completed its downward arc. His prayer finished forming on his lips. His eyes registered that Kakuzu was down, flat, dead, impossible. And then they registered that someone was standing inside his Jashin circle, inside, where the blood had been drawn. Where the ritual should be active, Naruto stood 3 feet from Hidan. His suit blazed with gold-red energy. His eyes burned with the steady crimson of the forever force at baseline. Hidan grinned, the manic, ecstatic grin of a zealot who has just been presented with a new subject. "Oh, you stupid little." He drove his retractable spike through his own chest. The transference technique, pain shared with whoever's blood he'd consumed, the killing blow delivered through self-harm, the spike passed through Naruto's image, through where Naruto's body should have been, through the space where a solid object would register on a damaged transference ritual. The forever force vibrated Naruto's cellular structure at a frequency that existed outside the physical. The ritual required blood. It required physical contact between the subject's biological material and Hidan's system. Naruto's body, at its current vibration, was as tangible to Hidan's ritual as sunlight was to a fishing net. Hidan's grin faltered. He stabbed himself again. 3 more times in rapid succession, the pain transference ritual finding nothing on the other end. The spike piercing his own organs with increasing desperation and achieving nothing beyond his own suffering. "Your God requires a connection to function," Naruto said. His dual-layered voice filled the circle. "You cannot connect to something that exists between moments. Your immortality is irrelevant. Your ritual is irrelevant. And you," he grabbed Hidan's right arm. The strength force at full expression made his grip something that Hidan's immortal body could not resist or regenerate against. He pulled. The arm separated at the shoulder. Hidan screamed. The scream was less pain. He had transcended pain years ago, and more outrage. The outrage of someone whose fundamental assumption about reality has just been violated. He was unkillable. He was unkillable. His God promised. Naruto took the left arm, then the right leg, then the left. Working with the speed force's velocity, each separation occurring before the previous one had finished registering, dismantling the immortal body into its components with the efficiency of someone who understood that you could not kill this thing, but you could reduce it to something that could never harm another person. Hidan's torso hit the ground. His head, still attached, still screaming, still conscious, screamed at the sky with nothing left to swing and nothing left to pray with. Naruto picked up the head by its silver hair, looked into the purple eyes that blazed with a zealot's fury. "You will be buried in a place so deep that the concept of retrieval becomes abstract," Naruto said. "You will be conscious, you will be aware, and you will have eternity to consider whether your God was worth what you gave him." He threw the head with strength force amplification, a trajectory that carried it 20 miles north and into a fissure in the earth that went further down than light could reach. The rest of the pieces he distributed across the landscape at similar distances, each burial requiring a level of geological knowledge that only the Sage Force could provide. Hidan was not dead. He would never be dead. He would also never be found. The Konoha Chunin team, injured, bleeding, alive, only because Naruto had interrupted the engagement before Kakuzu could finish his collection, saw none of it. They had been frozen for the duration. When the still force released them, they found 2 bodies in a crater and a golden streak already fading on the horizon. Sasori of the Red Sand prepared for combat the way a master architect prepares for inspection. Everything in place, every contingency mapped, every element of his 100-puppet army positioned with the exactitude of a lifetime spent perfecting the art of control. He stood in the desert east of Sunagakure with Deidara at his flank, both of them aware that something was hunting the Akatsuki, and both of them confident, in the way that S-rank missing nin are always confident, that whatever it was would find them prepared. They were wrong about prepared. They were wrong about everything. The 100 puppets deployed at Sasori's first twitch of chakra strings, a full theater of war, each puppet carrying weapons, poisons, fire techniques, hidden blades, and the accumulated combat knowledge of every shinobi whose body Sasori had converted into his art. They filled the air around him in a hemisphere of death, spinning, clicking, exhaling poison clouds and fire streams and needle barrages that turned the surrounding desert into a kill zone 60 meters across. Naruto walked into it. The forever force vibrated his body at the frequency that existed between physical states. He walked through the puppet army the way a living person walks through projected light. Puppet limbs swung through him. Blades passed through his torso. Fire washed over his outline and found nothing to burn. Poison clouds enveloped him and discovered that the lungs they were trying to reach existed at a density they could not interact with. 100 puppets, 100 simultaneous attacks, 100 expressions of a lifetime's mastery. He walked through all of it without breaking stride. Sasori's face, the puppet face, the shell he wore over the core that was his real body, showed an expression that its creator had never designed it to display. The mechanisms weren't built for horror. They registered it anyway. The eyes widened beyond their intended range. The mouth opened in a way the joints hadn't been shaped for. His entire life's work. Every puppet he had ever made, every body he had converted, every technique he had preserved, every decade of obsessive, absolute refinement of the art of control. And this boy in the gold suit was walking through it the way you walk through a beaded curtain. Registering the obstacle, disregarding it completely, Naruto reached the center of the puppet formation. He stood 3 feet from Sasori's shell body. His hand vibrated, the same frequency, the same terrible buzzing that had ended lives since an alley in the rain. He drove his hand through the puppet shell, through the outer casing, through the defensive mechanisms, through the trap layers, all the way to the core, the real Sasori. The canister in the chest cavity where his actual heart sat preserved in a metal frame. His fingers closed around it. Sasori's eyes, the real ones, the human ones behind the puppet face, looked at Naruto through the gap his hand had made. "My art," Sasori began. "Your art made puppets from people who deserved graves." Naruto's grip tightened. The canister cracked. The heart inside it ruptured under the pressure of fingers that carried continental mass. "That is what your art was." The light went out of Sasori's eyes. All of them, puppet and real alike. And the 100 puppets suspended in the air lost their strings and fell like dead birds, clattering to the desert floor in a rain of lacquered wood and preserved flesh that continued for seconds after their master stopped existing. Deidara had used those seconds to gain altitude. He was 100 meters up and climbing. His clay bird carrying him toward a range where his explosives could be deployed without risking himself, his hands already working the mouths in their palms, chewing clay into C4 and C3 and every designation between. He looked down at the figure standing in the graveyard of Sasori's puppets, and his remaining eye went wide with the kind of inspiration that lives adjacent to terror. "Now that," he screamed into the wind. "That was art in its own way. But true art is an explosion, and I'll show you." He launched everything, every piece of prepared clay, C1 through C4, the air filled with animated clay constructs. Birds, spiders, fish, all of them packed with explosive chakra at detonation-ready density, all of them converging on the golden figure below in a swarm that blackened the sky above the desert. They detonated. The explosion was magnificent. Deidara would have been the first to say so. A sphere of destructive force that expanded outward for a quarter mile, reshaping the desert floor, vaporizing the sand into glass at the center, turning the air itself into plasma at the point of ignition. The heat reached Deidara at his altitude and pushed his bird backward. The sound followed a second later, a boom that was less heard than felt, a physical force that made his bones ring. When the smoke cleared, Naruto stood at the center of the blast zone. The suit was unmarked. The glass beneath his feet showed his reflection in perfect detail. He was looking up at Deidara with his hands at his sides, and his expression carrying nothing. The still force had frozen the explosion around him at the moment of detonation. and the speed force had carried him through the frozen fire to a position where the expanding force would flow around his body rather than through it. He hadn't needed to block. He'd needed only to step sideways in time and let physics resolve itself against empty air. Deidara stared down. His hands had stopped chewing. The mouths hung open, clay half-formed between their teeth, the artistic inspiration dying in his chest as the reality of what he was looking at finished settling. "Art," Naruto said. His voice carried upward through the still hot air without effort, "is a tantrum with good range." He moved. The speed force took him from ground level to Deidara's altitude in a fraction of a nanosecond. The golden streak appeared beside the clay bird without transition, there instantly, like a cut in film. Naruto's hand closed around Deidara's throat. The artist tried to speak, tried to activate the mouth in his chest. The C0, the final art, the suicide technique that detonated his entire body as one final explosive masterpiece. The still force froze the reaction at the cellular level before it could initiate. The detonation sequence hung suspended inside Deidara's body like a held breath that would never be released. "You do not get to make your death into a performance," Naruto said. "Your death is the end of something that hurt people and called it expression. It is as small as that." The speed force punch connected with Deidara's chest at a velocity that made the impact instantaneous and total. The artist's body separated from its ability to live in the time between one heartbeat and the absence of the next. Naruto descended from altitude with Deidara's clay bird dissolving beneath him. He landed in the glass desert beside the scattered remains of Sasori's puppet army and looked at the carnage he'd made and felt nothing that qualified as satisfaction. The Akatsuki's artist and its puppeteer removed from the equation in under 3 minutes total. 2 more names crossed from the list. The golden streak lit the sky eastward. The desert settled behind him into silence. Kasame Hoshigaki was hunting the 8 Tails Jinchuriki when Naruto found him. The monster of the mist, 7 feet of blue-gray skin and shark teeth, and the kind of chakra reserves that made most jonin seem like Janin by comparison, moved through the land of lightning's coastal forests with Samahata on his back, and the grin of a predator tracking a worthy challenge on his face. He sensed Naruto before he saw him. Samahata trembled. The sentient sword, the creature that devoured chakra the way a whale devoured krill, indiscriminate and endless, began to shake on Kasame's back. A vibration that was less excitement and more distress. The shark-skin scales rippled backward, flattening against the blade's surface in a posture that Kasame had never seen it adopt. Kasame stopped walking. His hand went to Samahata's hilt. The sword flinched from his grip. "Now that's interesting," Kasame said to the empty forest. His teeth showed in a grin that was all points. "Whatever you are, you're scaring my partner. Nobody does that." The golden streak appeared at the tree line. It didn't approach with the drama of a challenge or the stealth of an ambush. It simply arrived, one instant empty air, the next instant a figure in a yellow suit crackling with red-gold energy, standing 60 feet away with hands at his sides and a reverse lightning bolt on his chest. Kasame's grin widened. His eyes, small, predatory, the eyes of something that had lived its entire life comfortable at the top of the food chain, tracked the new arrival with genuine interest. "The yellow ghost. I've heard the stories. You're the one who's been trimming our organization." "Samahata cannot eat what I use," Naruto said. His voice was flat, final. "Everything you have built your combat doctrine around, the chakra absorption, the water manipulation, the stamina war, functions against opponents who run on the same energy system you do. I am outside that system." Kasame drew Samahata. The sword screamed, a sound like tearing metal, the sound of a weapon that was trying to refuse its wielder for the first time in their partnership. Kasame forced his grip against the scales and felt them cutting his palm in resistance. "We'll see about that," Kasame said. He was still grinning, because Kasame Hoshigaki, whatever else he was honest about what he was. He was a monster. He had always been a monster. And monsters grinned when they found something bigger. He launched, full speed, Samahata leading, the shark-skin blade driving toward Naruto's center mass with the full force of Kasame's enormous frame behind it. Water style, water shark bomb, erupted simultaneously from the moisture in the air, a construct of pure water shaped into a shark that moved at jutsu speed toward the golden figure. Naruto moved at speed force expression. Kasame's swing hit empty air. Samahata passed through the space where the target had been, and the blade's momentum carried Kasame forward into a position that his instincts recognized as wrong. Too open, too committed, too far extended. The water shark hit the trees behind and exploded in a burst of pressurized water that leveled a 50-meter swath of forest. Naruto was beside Kasame, had been beside him since the swing began. His hand was on Samahata's flat, pressing against the sentient sword's surface with the casual force of someone patting a reluctant animal. Samahata tried to eat. Its scales opened, its mouth gaped. It tried to absorb whatever this golden energy was that surrounded the hand on its surface. The sword choked. The sound was awful. A gurgling, metallic retch as Samahata's absorption mechanism encountered the speed force and found it incompatible with every parameter of its existence. The force spectrum was energy, but it was energy from a source that predated chakra, predated this world's entire framework of power, operated on rules that Samahata's biology could not parse. It was trying to swallow something that didn't fit in its throat. Kasame felt his weapon die, felt the connection, the symbiotic bond between wielder and blade, go silent as Samahata's consciousness overloaded on incompatible input and shut down. The scales went flat, the mouth closed. The sword became a dead weight in his hand. He looked at Naruto, at the hand still resting on his weapon's corpse, at the eyes that burned red behind the suit's energy field. Kasame dropped Samahata, let the dead blade hit the ground. He raised his fists, bare hands, the monster of the mist stripped down to fundamentals, standing before something that had just killed his partner without meaning to. Well, Kasame said. The grin hadn't left. It was smaller now. Less predatory, more accepting. The expression of a man who has always known he'd meet something stronger eventually and is surprised to find that the moment, when it arrives, brings something close to peace. I always did want to know what would finally do it. Naruto hit him once, the strength force, concentrated mass, a single strike to the center of Kasame's chest that carried the weight of tectonic plates behind a fist, traveling at speed force velocity. The impact didn't produce a sound so much as it produced a phenomenon, a wave of displaced air that stripped leaves from trees in a 100-meter radius, that cratered the earth beneath Kasame's feet, that turned the monster of the mist from a standing combatant into a projectile that crossed the forest in a straight line and stopped only when physics ran out of places to push. Kisame Hoshigaki's last clear thought was genuine, awful respect, a recognition of what he was looking at, something beyond the scale he had trained his entire life to operate on, something that made his monstrous chakra reserves and his perfect physical conditioning and his decades of murder into something laughably small. Then the thought ended because the body that housed it stopped functioning, and the monster of the mist became the last thing he'd ever been. Honestly impressed, Conan found him in the rain. It was always raining in Omegakure. The village existed beneath a permanent curtain of water, a meteorological phenomenon that was partially natural and partially a product of Pain's presence, as if the sky itself wept in sympathy with the man who had declared himself a god of pain. Naruto stood on the highest tower of Omegakure. He was looking down at the village, the metal pipes, the elevated walkways, the industrial architecture of a place that had never been permitted to be beautiful. Rain ran over his suit and found nothing to soak. The speed force generated a field that repelled moisture before it could make contact. Conan appeared behind him. Paper wings. A billion sheets folded into the shape of flight, carrying her body through the rain with an elegance that belonged to something other than war. She landed on the tower's edge and her wings folded into her body like origami reversing itself. "You killed Kasame," she said. Her voice was level, amber eyes steady beneath blue hair plastered to her face by rain that didn't touch the boy in front of her. "And Hidan, and Kakuzu, and Sasori, and Deidara. Yes, you're here for Nagato. Yes." She attacked. The paper sea erupted from her body, a trillion individual sheets, each one folded into an explosive tag top, each one carrying enough destructive force to level a city block. They filled the air in every direction, above, below, behind, before, a perfect sphere of origami destruction that closed around Naruto like a fist made of paper and hate and the desperate love of a woman trying to protect the only person she had left. The still force. The universe paused. Every sheet of paper froze in place. A trillion paper bombs suspended in mid-flight, forming a perfect halo around Naruto's body, white against the gray rain, frozen water droplets catching among the sheets like diamonds set in a crown of destruction. The sphere was beautiful. It was a work of art more honest than anything Deidara had ever produced, because it came from something real rather than something performative. Naruto looked at Konan through the frozen kill zone. His red eyes burned steady in the stillness. A trillion explosive notes surrounded him on all sides, enough destructive force to reshape the village below. And he stood in the center of it like a man standing in the eye of a storm he had chosen to acknowledge rather than fear. "Go," he said. One word. Into the frozen universe. To the woman whose paper wings were frozen mid-fold at her back and whose amber eyes were locked in mid-attack, still bright, still fierce, still burning with the will to protect. He released the still force on everything except the paper. Konan's body unlocked. She stumbled, the sudden resumption of personal time while her attack remained frozen, disorienting her, breaking her connection to the billion sheets that were now held in stasis beyond her reach. She looked at her paper, at the trillion explosive notes hanging in the air around the boy in the suit, frozen, held, powerless. She looked at the sphere of destruction she had deployed with lethal intent and saw it rendered into decoration. "Go," Naruto said again. "Take his body when I am finished. Give him a name on the grave. He earned that much." Konan's face broke. For a fraction of a second, less than a heartbeat, the composure that had carried her through wars and losses and decades of devotion to a cause she no longer fully believed in, cracked open and showed what was underneath. Grief, anticipatory grief. The weight of knowing that the only person she had left in this world was about to be taken, and there was nothing in her entire arsenal, nothing in her entire existence that could prevent it. She left. Her remaining paper, the sheet still bonded to her body, formed wings, and she rose from the tower and flew into the rain without looking back. Naruto released the frozen paper. A trillion explosive notes fluttered to the tower's surface and lay there, inert, their detonation potential bleeding away now that the chakra connection to their creator had been severed by distance. He looked down at the village. He ran. Otogakure, the sound village, was less a village and more a network of underground facilities connected by tunnels that ran beneath the land of rice fields like veins beneath skin. Orochimaru had built it across a decade of exile, expanding downward and outward, with the patience of something that fully intended to outlive the nations that had cast it out. Naruto arrived at the central facility 3 minutes before Orochimaru's transfer was scheduled to begin. He knew the timing. The Sage Force showed him everything. The preparation, the ritual room, Sasuke's body strapped to a table with seals that were designed to suppress resistance, while Orochimaru's consciousness migrated from his current failing vessel into the Uchiha prodigy's perfectly cultivated form. 3 years of training Sasuke. 3 years of teaching him, honing his body, strengthening his chakra pathways. All of it preparation for this moment. The moment the snake would swallow its host and call the consumption an upgrade. Naruto phased through the outer wall. The forever force made solid matter a suggestion his body declined to accept. Stone and steel and reinforced earth parted around him like water around a diving hand. He moved through the facility's infrastructure, through walls, through floors, through defensive seals that were designed to prevent exactly this kind of intrusion, but could prevent nothing that existed at the frequency Naruto operated at. Guards. Dozens of them. Sound shinobi stationed at every checkpoint, trained killers loyal to Orochimaru through a combination of fear and borrowed power. They saw nothing as Naruto passed. The speed force made his transit invisible, a golden blur that registered on no eye, triggered no sensor, existed in no frame of reference that human perception could access. He arrived at the ritual chamber. The door was steel. He walked through it. The chamber was circular, carved from living stone, lit by candles whose flames burned purple with the residue of forbidden jutsu performed over years. The walls bore seals, complex, layered, the accumulated work of a genius-level Fuinjutsu practitioner who had spent decades ensuring that this room was the most secure space in his empire. The seals did nothing against the force spectrum. Sasuke lay on the central table. His eyes were closed. The suppression seals across his body glowed with an ugly yellow light that spoke of consciousness forced below the surface, aware but paralyzed, present but powerless. His breathing was shallow. His face was blank in a way that faces are only blank when the mind behind them has been chemically removed from the equation. Orochimaru stood over him. The Sanin's current body was failing. The skin papery, the frame skeletal, the golden eyes burning from a face that was consuming itself from the inside. He had years of jutsu mastery and decades of forbidden knowledge and the tactical genius of one of the three greatest shinobi ever produced by Konoha. And all of it was housed in a vessel that was past its expiration. His mouth was open. The transfer had begun, the white serpentine form emerging from his throat, stretching across the gap between his body and Sasuke's, the first stage of the consciousness migration that would carry him into his new host and give him the Sharingan he had coveted since the day he first saw it activate. The snake was halfway between bodies. Naruto stood in the doorway, lightning crackling at his periphery, the suit blazing. "You are a parasite," he said. The same words, the same flat conviction. Separated from the first time he'd said them by 3 years, and a power level that had grown by orders of magnitude. You do not forge heroes, you groom victims and call it cultivation. Orochimaru's golden eyes, visible in the white serpentine form, the slit pupils dilated with the pleasure of a transfer about to complete, snapped to the doorway. The recognition was instantaneous. The yellow demon, the thing from the forest of death, the fist that had punched through his body and left him regenerating from a snake for weeks afterward. Here, now, in the most secure room in his entire network, standing in the doorway as if the dozen walls and 100 seals and 500 guards between the outside world and this chamber were decorative rather than functional. Fear hit Orochimaru for the second time in his existence. He tried to complete the transfer. Speed, if he could finish the migration before, the still force. The transfer froze mid-process. Orochimaru's consciousness, halfway between bodies, partially in the serpentine form and partially in the new host, locked in place. The white snake hung suspended between mouths like a bridge made of stolen flesh. Sasuke's body stopped its shallow breathing. The candle flames froze in their flicker. The universe held. Naruto walked to the table. He looked at the transfer in its frozen state. The mechanism of it, the chakra channels through which Orochimaru's consciousness was moving, the specific frequency of the soul migration that allowed one person to overwrite another. The sage force showed him the exact thread to cut. He reached into the suspended process with vibrating fingers, found the channel, found the connection point between Orochimaru's departing consciousness and Sasuke's receiving body, and severed it. When he released the still force, the result was immediate. The white serpent form recoiled, snapped backward into its original body like a rubber band released from maximum stretch. Orochimaru, fully back in his own failing vessel, hit the floor beside the ritual table in a tangle of limbs and snake-white skin, and the choking, gasping sound of someone who had just been expelled from a process their body was already committed to. Sasuke's eyes opened, his own eyes. Brown irises with the Sharingan lurking behind them, spinning up in confusion, just searching the ceiling for something to explain why he was awake and free. And his body answered to his will again. Orochimaru scrambled to his feet. His golden eyes were wide. His hands were shaking, actually shaking, the legendary composure stripped by the combination of failed transfer and the presence standing 6 feet away. He backed against the chamber wall. His mouth moved. No sound came. Then sound came. How did you? The seals, the facility. Your seals prevent chakra intrusion, Naruto said. I do not use chakra. Orochimaru's hands formed signs. Years of training, decades of habit. The fingers moved at the speed of a man who had mastered over 1,000 jutsu across a lifetime of obsessive study. Summoning jutsu, Manda, the boss snake. The trump card, the summoning seal, activated. Nothing happened. The still force locked the summoning dimension's response before it could manifest in real space. Manda's form, already building, already responding to the contract's call, froze in the space between worlds and would remain there until Naruto decided otherwise. Orochimaru's hands formed new signs. 8 branches technique. His body began to shift, skin splitting, bone restructuring, the transformation of the 8-headed serpent that was his final form, the fullest expression of everything he had made himself into through decades of body modification and forbidden jutsu. He was halfway through the transformation when Naruto hit him. Speed force velocity, strength force mass, a single punch that carried the weight of a planet at the speed of something that exceeded light. It connected with Orochimaru's transforming body at the precise center of his mass, and the result was the same as it had been in the Forest of Death 3 years ago. The same phenomenon of force exceeding the body's structural integrity, except that this time there was more force and less body to contain it. Orochimaru came apart, his serpentine forms, all 8 heads, partially formed, stretching from a body that was already dissolving, separated from each other in a spray of white flesh and pale blood that painted the chamber walls. Each head writhed independently, each one carrying a fragment of Orochimaru's consciousness, each one attempting to regenerate, to flee, to find a new vessel, to do what the snake had always done when faced with death, shed its skin and escape. The speed force moved Naruto through each one before a single heartbeat could pass. 8 heads, 8 vibrating hand strikes, 8 moments of molecular disruption that severed cellular integrity at a level below what regeneration could address. One by one, moving faster than the snake could flee, Naruto ended each fragment, the last head, the one carrying the most concentrated portion of Orochimaru's consciousness, the one with golden eyes still burning with the desperate intelligence of a genius who had spent 60 years refusing to accept mortality, looked at Naruto in its final instant. What are you? The same question from the Forest of Death, 3 years later, still without an answer that Orochimaru's framework could contain. Naruto crouched beside the dying head. His vibrating hand hovered over the last fragment of the man who had terrorized this world for decades. He did not answer the question. He placed his hand. He vibrated. The last light went out of golden eyes that had refused to close for 60 years. Orochimaru ended without ceremony, without a speech, without the dramatic final moment that his theatrical nature would have demanded if he'd been given the choice. He ended because Naruto decided he ended, and that was all. The chamber was silent, except for the sound of candle flames resuming their flicker in the aftermath of the Still Force's release. Sasuke sat up on the table. The suppression seals had failed with Orochimaru's death, the chakra sustaining them bleeding away as their source ceased. He looked at his hands, flexed them, confirmed they were his. Then he looked at Naruto. 3 years. 3 years since the Valley of the End. Since the golden suit and the broken arms and the lessons beaten into him with literal force. 3 years of Orochimaru's training that Sasuke had taken because the alternative was admitting the gap was permanent. And at the end of it, the snake was dead on the floor, and the boy in the suit was standing over the body with dry hands and unchanged expression. Sasuke's face was complex. Horror lived in it, but underneath the horror was something else. A confirmation, a validation of something he had been told at 12 years old and had resisted believing until this exact second. Orochimaru was a parasite. Naruto had said it. Naruto had been right, and the parasite was dead and Sasuke was alive, and both things were true because of the boy standing 6 feet away. They looked at each other across the chamber. 2 minutes of silence. The candles flickered. Somewhere in the facility above them, guards were realizing that something had changed in the building's energy and were beginning to move toward the ritual chamber at speeds that would prove far too slow. "You trained here for 3 years," Naruto said. His voice was level, the dual resonance present but muted, more boy than ghost in this moment. "What did you learn?" Sasuke was silent for 10 seconds. Then technique, speed, elemental mastery, how to push my body past its natural limits. "And what did you learn about yourself?" A longer silence. Sasuke's Sharingan activated, 3 tomoe spinning, the eyes that his entire bloodline was built around. They looked at Naruto and saw the same void they had always seen, the frustrating, infuriating blankness where data should be. That I was running, Sasuke said. The words came hard, pulled from somewhere resistant. That every technique I learned here was another step away from something I was afraid to face. Good. Naruto turned toward the door. The lightning at his periphery dimmed. Your brother is waiting for you. Find him on your own terms. Earn that fight without shortcuts. He walked 2 steps, stopped, did not turn. The next time I see you, Sasuke, be worth seeing. He phased through the wall. The golden streak lit the underground corridors for a fraction of a second as the speed force carried him out of the facility and into the sky above the land of rice fields. Sasuke sat alone in the chamber with a dead snake at his feet and the first genuine direction he'd had since the hospital bed in Konoha 3 years ago. Sasuke found Itachi 3 months later. The battle happened in an Uchiha safe house in the Land of Fire's northeast. A stone building half consumed by forest, preserved by seals that kept the elements at bay. 2 brothers facing each other across a room that remembered their family name. Naruto watched from outside. He sat on a hillside 4 miles away with the sage force showing him every detail of the fight in perfect resolution. He felt Sasuke's heartbeat accelerate as the opening exchange began. He felt Itachi's heartbeat, already irregular, already weakening, the terminal illness eating at his organ systems from the inside. Itachi was dying, had been dying for years. His body was a house whose foundation had rotted, held upright only by the will of a man who had one final performance to deliver before he permitted himself to fall. The fight was genuine. Sasuke had grown. Orochimaru's training, whatever else it was, had refined his combat capability to something that could genuinely threaten his brother. Kirin split the safe house in half. Lightning from the sky, channeled through clouds that Sasuke had created with fire techniques, a pillar of destruction that bore the full power of natural lightning given direction. Itachi survived it with Susanoo. The spectral warrior manifested around his failing body, orange-red, skeletal, the ethereal ribcage holding against the lightning that turned the building to rubble around it. They fought in the ruins. Amaterasu burned what Kirin didn't shatter. Tsukuyomi was deployed and broken. Sasuke's Sharingan had evolved past the point where his brother's Genjutsu could hold him. They pushed each other past every limit either had previously demonstrated. Naruto watched. He saw what Sasuke couldn't see. Every attack Itachi landed was calibrated to push without destroying. Every technique was deployed at 80%. The older brother was fighting a choreography designed to look like desperation while actually being a lesson. The final lesson, delivered in the only language the Uchiha understood, combat at the absolute edge. Itachi fell. His body had given everything it had left. The illness took the last margin. He stumbled forward, towards Sasuke, always towards Sasuke, even at the end, and reached out with bloodied fingers. The gesture from childhood, 2 fingers extended. The forehead tap, he made contact. "Forgive me, Sasuke," Itachi whispered. "This is the last time." And then the light left his eyes and his body hit the ground, and the greatest shinobi the Uchiha had produced in a generation was dead. Sasuke knelt beside his brother. The rage had been all that held him upright for 7 years, and now the thing the rage was pointed at was gone, and the absence was a void that nothing in his training had prepared him to fill. Toby arrived 2 hours later. The masked man materialized from a spatial distortion at the edge of the ruins. The orange mask, the single Sharingan eye visible through its socket, the posture of someone who had been waiting for this exact moment, with the patience of a man who understood grief's utility. He told Sasuke everything, the truth. The Uchiha massacre as a mission ordered by Konoha's leadership. Itachi as the agent, forced to choose between his clan's revolution and the village's survival. Choosing the village. Choosing Sasuke, becoming the villain so that his brother could be the survivor. Danzo's name, the third Hokage's complicity, the root infrastructure that made the decision possible. Every word hit Sasuke like a separate impact. His Sharingan morphed, the 3 Tomoe blurring, reshaping, the Manjikyu activating in both eyes simultaneously. A new pattern. A new power born from a grief so total that his genetics recognized it as a qualifying event. Toby vanished as suddenly as he'd come. His message delivered, his manipulation complete. Confident that the rage would drive Sasuke toward Konoha's destruction, toward the ideology that Toby needed the boy to serve, Sasuke sat alone in the ruins of the safe house, with his brother's body cooling beside him and his new eyes burning with a power they had been given by the murder of everything he'd spent 7 years trying to accomplish. The architecture of his existence had collapsed. What he'd been running toward, what had organized every morning run, every technique mastered, every sacrifice made, was a lie, built on top of a genocide, built on top of an institution that had used his brother as a weapon and thrown the spent casing away. He broke. It was a structural failure. The kind that happens when you remove the load-bearing wall from a building that was already leaning. Everything that was stacked on top of revenge, identity, purpose, the ability to get up in the morning, came crashing down in a cascade that left Sasuke on his hands and knees beside his brother's body, with his new Mangekyo Sharingan bleeding tears he couldn't control, and his chest cracking open with sounds that were too ugly to be called crying. Naruto arrived at the ruins at sunset. He walked through the destroyed building on foot. Normal speed, suit deactivated, wearing the black and yellow civilian clothes he defaulted to when the full display wasn't necessary. His footsteps crunched on rubble. The evening light came through the shattered ceiling in orange shafts that caught dust and ash in their beams. He found Sasuke where he'd been for hours, still on the ground, still beside Itachi. His eyes dry now, the tears had run out long ago, but his face holding the expression of someone who has been emptied of everything they used to contain. Naruto sat down, across from Sasuke, cross-legged on the rubble, 3 feet of ruined floor between them and Itachi's body beside them and the sky turning colors above. He said nothing for a full minute. Let the silence exist. Let it carry the weight that silence carries when 2 people are in the same space and one of them has just had their entire foundation removed. Then, now you know what genuine tragedy looks like. Sasuke's head lifted. His Mangekyo Sharingan, newly formed, still unstable, the pattern of his grief written in the shape of his irises, focused on Naruto. The hatred was there, the fury. But beneath it was the thing that Naruto had been building toward since the first day of Team 7, the question. The one that couldn't be answered with violence alone. Itachi chose exactly what I would have chosen, Naruto said. His voice was stripped of the dual resonance. Just a boy. Just a 15-year-old sitting in ruins beside a corpse, talking to another 15-year-old who had lost everything for the second time in his life. He forged you through pain because pain was the only medium that produced what you needed to become. He made himself the villain so you could be the hero. He took the cost. He took all of it. And he never told you because telling would have destroyed the purpose. Sasuke's jaw tightened. His hands pressed into the rubble beneath him. That doesn't make it right. It doesn't need to be right. It needs to be understood. Naruto's eyes held Sasuke's, blue with red edges meeting the bleeding pattern of a Mangekyo that was still learning its own shape. Your brother loved you. Your brother's love looked like a massacre and a decade of pretending to be the monster. That love was wrong. It was also the most complete act of sacrifice you will ever witness. Both of those things are true at the same time. That is the weight of it. The village ordered it. Sasuke's voice was grinding, stone on stone. Danzo, the council, they looked at my family and decided we were a threat, and they gave my brother a sword and told him to cut us down. All of us, every one of us. Children, my mother, yes. Naruto didn't flinch from it, didn't redirect. Let the truth sit between them with its full weight. The system that did that was corrupt. Danzo was corrupt. The infrastructure that made it possible was rotten at the root. I know this. I have always known this. Then the village should burn. Your rage is real. Naruto's voice cut through Sasuke's rising volume without rising itself. The system that created this deserves to be dismantled. But you do not get to take that rage and burn everything in arm's reach and call it justice. That is a tantrum in a body that has been trained to kill. I will not let you be that. Sasuke's hands were shaking. His Mangekyo was spinning, erratic, the pattern flickering as his emotional control wavered. He looked at Naruto with an intensity that carried 7 years of frustration and 3 minutes of revelation, and the growing, terrible recognition that the boy across from him was right. Had always been right. Had been right about Orochimaru, right about shortcuts, right about the gap. and was right now about the difference between justice and a tantrum. Then what do I do? The question came out stripped, raw, without the pride or the posturing or the Uchiha composure that had been his armor since childhood. A genuine question from someone whose entire purpose had just died in a corridor and who needed, for the first time in his life was willing to admit he needed, direction from someone who saw further than he did. Naruto was still for a long moment. The evening light shifted around them. Itachi's body was a presence between them that neither looked at and both felt. Itachi's sacrifice was for you, Naruto said. Specifically for you. He burned his life in his name and his honor so that you could live. You owe it to him, to the cost he paid, to make that life worth what it took from him. You become the thing he was trying to forge. You protect what he protected. You dismantle the corruption that forced his hand. But you do it by building something better in its place, because burning it all down is what Toby wants. And Toby's plan ends with everyone asleep in a dream they didn't choose. He leaned forward, his eyes, those blue-red eyes that had been watching Sasuke since the academy, measuring him, pushing him, breaking him, demanding he become something worth the investment, held firm. You have the Mangekyo Sharingan. You have the skills Orochimaru taught you, and the strength Itachi's fight drew from you. You have the truth about what happened to your clan and who was responsible. Those are tools. Use them. Aim them at the corruption that made your brother into a weapon. Become the Uchiha that Konoha needs, the one who looks at the rot and burns it out without burning down the house. Sasuke stared at him for a long time, the Mangekyo spinning, settling, spinning again. And if I can't? Sasuke asked. The question was smaller than anything he'd ever said. You can, Naruto said. That is the one thing I have never doubted about you. He stood, brushed rubble from his pants, looked down at Sasuke with the same evaluation that had always lived in his gaze, but now, for the first time, carrying something beneath the evaluation that might have been described as pride. Suffer the tragedy of your weakness and grow past it. That is the only path worth walking. He turned, began to walk away. Naruto, he stopped. The man who told me, the one in the mask. He said his name was Madara, but his eye, Sasuke's voice steadied, the shinobi in him reasserting itself through the grief. It was a Sharingan, one eye. The spacing was wrong for Madara's historical descriptions. Naruto looked over his shoulder. Red lightning played at his irises. I know who he is, Naruto said, and he is going to die for what he's building. But that is my work. Your work is closer to home. He left Sasuke in the ruins with his brother's body and the sunset fading, and the first genuine direction the Uchiha had possessed since the night he was 8 years old. A direction that pointed at something other than revenge. A direction that pointed at construction rather than destruction. The second lesson had taken root. Danzo Shimura sat in the office he had occupied for 4 decades, an underground chamber beneath Konoha's administrative district connected to the surface by tunnels that only root operatives knew existed. Sealed behind barriers that would trigger kill switches in every embedded agent across the continent if breached by unauthorized entry. The barriers didn't trigger, because the boy who walked through the wall had never been authorized or unauthorized by anything Danzo's system could recognize. He existed outside the categories, outside the framework. The seals read his presence and found nothing to classify, and therefore nothing to trigger against. Naruto stepped into Danzo's office at 3 in the morning. The room was exactly what the Sage Force had shown him. A desk, files, the administrative machinery of a shadow government that had been running parallel to Konoha's official leadership since before the third Hokage took office. Maps on the walls marked with route deployments. Personnel files in locked drawers cataloging every operative ever trained in emotional suppression and absolute obedience. A communication array that reached into every institution in the land of fire like fingers into puppet strings. Danzo looked up from his desk. The man was old, ancient, in the way that people who have spent their lives indoors trading lives like currency become ancient. The weathering internal rather than external of the decay happening in places that skin doesn't show. His face was hard. The visible eye, the one that wasn't bandaged, held the kind of intelligence that has never been warmed by empathy. A mind that had spent 60 years calculating acceptable losses and had never once questioned whether the math was real or whether it was just the shape his cowardice took when it wore a patriot's clothing. He saw the boy in the golden suit standing in his sealed office, and his visible eye widened by exactly 1 millimeter. That was the full extent of his surprise response. 60 years of controlling his reactions had made even genuine fear into something small and contained. "The QB Jinchuriki," Danzo said. His voice carried the same flat quality it always had, the tone of a man discussing logistics. "I wondered when you would come for me." "You ordered the Uchiha massacre," Naruto said. No preamble. His dual-layered voice filled the underground chamber. "You provided Itachi Uchiha with a mission that forced a 13-year-old to murder his family. You maintained a parallel government that has been eliminating threats to your personal power for 4 decades under the fiction of village security. You grew root from children you stole and conditioned into weapons without the ability to question orders." He took a step forward. 1 step. "You are the rot I have been circling since I was 10 years old." Danzo's hand went to his bandaged arm. The motion was smooth, practiced across years of contingency planning. His fingers found the clasps. The bandages fell away. 10 Sharingan eyes opened along his right arm. Red irises embedded in pale flesh, each one taken from a dead Uchiha, each one implanted through surgical processes that made Orochimaru's body modification look restrained by comparison. They stared at the ceiling. They stared at the walls. They stared at Naruto with the preserved vision of people who were dead because this man had ordered their deaths and then harvested their genetics as a bonus. "Izanagi," Danzo said, his voice steady, confident, because this was his ultimate contingency, the technique that rewrites reality at the cost of a single Sharingan per use, the ability to declare any moment of death a fiction and resume existence as if it never happened. 10 eyes, 10 second chances, 10 moments where death could be declared invalid. "You believe those will save you," Naruto said. His eyes tracked the arm. The Sage Force had already mapped the mechanism, the specific chakra interaction between each eye and the jutsu's activation, the sequence in which they would engage. The precise moment each reality rewrite would initiate, he moved. The Speed Force carried him to Danzo's position in time that could not be measured by instruments that existed in this world. His vibrating hand entered Danzo's chest and found the heart and compressed. Danzo died. The first Sharingan on his arm blinked shut. Reality rewound. The death undone. The moment rewritten. Danzo standing in a different position 3 feet to the left with his heart intact and his breath coming fast and 1 fewer eye open. Naruto was already there. Second death. Heart stopped. Second eye closing. Reality rewriting. Danzo appearing 6 feet back against the wall, his expression shifting from confidence to the first tremor of something else. Third death. Third rewrite. Third repositioning. Fourth, fifth, sixth. Each time Danzo died, reality rewound him to a new position. Each time reality rewound, Naruto was already standing where the rewrite placed him. The Speed Force made anticipation irrelevant. Naruto existed in every position simultaneously, occupied every possible coordinate in the room before Danzo's rewritten body could manifest in any of them. Izanagi gave Danzo second chances. It did not give him a chance to use them. Seventh death. Danzo's face was gray now. The confidence was gone. Each rewrite cost chakra. Each death, even the undone ones, left phantom echoes in his nervous system. He was dying 12 times in the space of seconds and being revived into progressively worse conditions. 8th, the remaining eyes on his arm were nearly depleted. 3 left. 2, the arm was going blind. 9th, 10th, 11th, the last Izanagi activated. The last eye sealed shut. Danzo's arm went still. 10 closed Sharingan, 10 spent chances, 10 small deaths rendered moot by an 11th that was about to become permanent. Danzo stood in the center of his office. Both hands empty. Both eyes, the natural one and the bandaged one, focused on Naruto. His breathing was ragged. The cost of 11 deaths and 11 resurrections in the space of 30 seconds had pushed his ancient body past every medical threshold. He straightened, drew himself to his full height. The reflex of a man who had spent his life performing authority even when the authority was fiction. "Everything I did was for the village," Danzo said. His voice shook, but the words came with the absolute conviction of someone who has never once permitted themselves to question their own narrative. Every sacrifice, every elimination, every child I took and trained, it was all for Konoha, for its survival. The rest of you were too soft to do what was necessary. The people you erased from the world were worth more than the village you claimed to have protected. One sentence, Naruto's voice, flat and final, cutting through Danzo's justification like the vibrating hand about to cut through his chest. He reached, the buzzing fingers, the phasing through flesh and bone, the grip on the organ that sustained life. Danzo's eye went wide. His mouth opened around a word that never formed. Naruto compressed. The last sound Danzo Shimura made was a wet exhalation, air leaving lungs that had no heart to pump blood through them. He hit the floor of his office with the weight of a man whose entire infrastructure of self-justification had just been rendered as irrelevant as the body it lived in. Naruto stood over him for 3 seconds, looked at the face, at the closed eyes on the arm, at the files on the desk, and the maps on the walls, and the communication arrays that reached into every corner of a nation. He collected every file, every document, every piece of evidence that 4 decades of shadow governance had produced. He moved through the office at speed force velocity, organizing the material, ensuring chain of evidence, preserving what would be needed for the people who came after to understand what had been living under their feet. He left it on the 5th Hokage's desk before the sun rose. A stack of files and a dead man's legacy laid bare in indexed, organized totality. Tsunade found it at 7 in the morning. She read the first page, then the second. By the 5th, her hands were shaking. By the 20th, she had called an emergency session of Konoha's council. By afternoon, the systematic dismantling of Root's infrastructure had begun. Operatives identified, safe houses located, the parallel government that had governed through shadow for 40 years, exposed to the light that it had spent its existence avoiding. Pain descended on Konoha on a Thursday in autumn. The sky was clear. The leaves were turning. The village was still in the process of absorbing the Root revelations, the institutional shock of discovering what had been living under their feet for 4 decades. When the first Shinra Tensei hit, it came from above. A pressure wave, a concentrated burst of repulsive force launched from a figure hovering at the village's zenith. The god realm of pain hung in the sky with its arms extended and its Rinnegan eyes, ringed purple, the eyes of the sage of 6 paths, blazing with the full conviction of a man who had decided that this village needed to understand loss. The pressure wave hit the ground. Buildings folded. Streets cracked and rose and cracked again. The commercial district, a square mile of shops and restaurants and civilian life, compressed inward like a hand had closed around it from above. Structures that had stood for generations became debris in a single heartbeat. People died, hundreds, in the first 10 seconds, buried under rubble or crushed by pressure or thrown against surfaces at velocities that made survival impossible. The civilian population of Konoha, already reeling from the Root exposure, already in the process of questioning everything they'd been told about their village's foundations, added a new trauma to the collection in the time it took their hearts to beat twice. The other 5 paths entered the village from ground level. The animal path summons, massive creatures of improbable size and durability, crashed through the outer walls. The Ashura path's mechanical body opened fire with laser projections that cut buildings in half. The remaining 3 spread through the village in a pattern designed for maximum disruption and minimum opportunity for organized response. Konoha's shinobi responded. Kakashi led from the front. Tsunade deployed from the Hokage Tower. Every available Jonin, Chunin, and combat-capable Genin engaged. They fought with everything they had, the accumulated strength of a village that had been pushing itself harder for 3 years because something had shown them what enough actually looked like. They were outmatched. Pain's 6 bodies operated in perfect coordination, shared vision between every Rinnegan eye, instantaneous tactical communication, the kind of force multiplication that turns 6 individual combatants into a single weapon with 6 points of contact. Kakashi went down trying to protect civilians from the God Realm's 2nd Shinra Tensei. Tsunade burned through her regeneration, keeping the hospital intact against the Asura Path's bombardment. The village was dying. Then the sky cracked. Golden light split the clouds above Konoha, a vertical line of luminescence that started at the atmosphere's edge and descended at a velocity that turned it from a line into a point that was already at ground level. The golden meteor. The descent that had characterized every arrival since the day Naruto punched Shikaku out of existence. But larger, faster. The trail of Speed Force lightning stretching from the stratosphere to the village center in a single unbroken streak of red-gold fire impact. The crater measured 80 meters. The shockwave from Naruto's landing, a pulse of displaced air and gravity that radiated outward from his touchdown point, hit the nearest pain body before the dust settled. The Ashura path, mid-bombardment, mechanical arms extended, laser arrays charging, caught the edge of the shockwave and was thrown backward through 4 buildings. Naruto stood at the crater's center, full suit, full power. Every force active simultaneously, the lightning wreathing his body in intersecting arcs of gold and red, the air shimmering with gravitational distortion, the ground beneath his feet cracking under the weight he was choosing to apply to it. The reversed lightning bolt on his chest blazed like a star. His eyes burned solid red. The surviving Konoha shinobi saw him. From the rubble, from the windows, from the defensive positions they'd been holding with everything they had. They saw the golden figure in the crater, and the recognition hit. The yellow ghost, the devil in the suit, the entity that had been a rumor for 3 years and was now a physical presence standing in the heart of their dying village. Those who remembered him as Naruto Uzumaki felt something that combined awe with the vertigo of confirmation. He was back. He was everything the rumors described and more. And the way the air around him crackled, the way the forces expressed themselves as visible phenomena that made the laws of physics seem like suggestions, told them that what they were about to witness would redefine their understanding of what was possible. The God realm descended from its hovering position. All 6 paths converged, pulling back from their distributed assault, concentrating on the golden figure in the crater, recognizing the threat hierarchy that had just changed the battlefield's priority structure. 6 bodies, 6 sets of Rinnegan eyes, one will driving them all. They moved at once. The God realm raised both hands. Shinra Tensei, the almighty push, full power. The technique that had already reshaped Konoha's landscape deployed at point-blank range against the golden figure. The repulsive force hit Naruto's body. The strength force answered. Naruto planted his feet and let the Shinra Tensei wash over him, the repulsive wave meeting gravitational manipulation that exceeded it in every dimension. His mass, in this moment, was anchored by the planet itself. The push could not move what the planet held. The wave broke against him the way water breaks against stone, splitting, flowing around, continuing past, and everything behind him was hurled backward. But Naruto stood at the epicenter without shifting his weight by a single millimeter. Then he pushed back. The strength force reversed the gravitational constant in the God realm's immediate area. Repulsion became attraction, and the attraction was toward the ground at a force ratio that multiplied local gravity by a factor of 100. The God realm slammed downward, hit the earth with force sufficient to crater stone. Its body, already a corpse animated by chakra receivers, already operating at the limit of what dead flesh could withstand, cracked under the amplified gravity. Joints buckled, bones compressed. The Rinnegan eyes bulged in their sockets. Naruto appeared above it, the speed force making the transition instantaneous. His foot came down on the God realm's chest, and the combined weight of strength force mass and speed force velocity made the result total. The body's structural integrity failed from every direction simultaneously. The God realm ceased to be a functional path. Time elapsed, 4 seconds. The animal realm scrambled to summon. Its hands pressed together, the summoning technique activating, the contract engaging, a massive Cerberus-like dog beginning to materialize in a cloud of smoke. The still force. The summon froze mid-manifestation, half materialized, its body partially in this dimension and partially in the summoning realm, locked between states like a photograph of a process that would never complete. The animal realm itself froze with it. Hands still pressed together, Rinnegan eyes still active but incapable of sending signals through a nervous system that had been paused at the molecular level. Naruto crossed the distance at speed force velocity. One strike to the back of the animal realm's neck with enough force to sever the spinal column that allowed the chakra receivers to operate. The body dropped. The frozen summon dissolved, returning to its realm incomplete, never having existed fully in this one. Time elapsed, 2 more seconds. The human realm lunged. Its specialty, soul extraction through physical contact, demanded proximity. It closed the gap with everything the Rinnegan's shared vision could offer in terms of tactical positioning, approaching from an angle that the God Realm's destruction had created as a blind spot. It reached for Naruto's head. Both hands extended, the soul-ripping technique activating through its palms. The forever force vibrated Naruto's body to a frequency that existed between physical states. The human realm's hands passed through where his head should be, through the afterimage, through the shimmer, through the space where a solid skull would normally present itself, and closed on nothing. Naruto's hands did not share that frequency. His grip, fully physical, fully solid, closed around the human realm's wrists from inside its own grab. A reversal so fast that the shared Rinnegan vision across the remaining paths couldn't process it as a sequence of events. He held the Soul Ripper's hands and looked into its purple eyes from 3 inches away. "Your technique requires a soul it can grip," Naruto said. His voice was the full dual-layered resonance, boy and ghost in one throat. "Mine exists across multiple timelines simultaneously. You cannot grip what is already elsewhere." He brought the human realm's own hands together against the sides of its head. Strength force amplification. The skull between them ceased to be structurally meaningful. Time elapsed, 1.5 seconds. The Preta realm moved to intercept. Its function was absorption, the ability to devour any chakra-based technique and nullify it. It stood in Naruto's path with its arms wide and its palms glowing with the seal that consumed energy. Naruto ran at it. Full speed force. The Preta realm's absorption mechanism activated, reaching out to devour the energy field surrounding the approaching figure, preparing to nullify whatever technique was powering the golden suit and the crackling lightning. The absorption hit the speed force. The Preta realm's chakra system seized. The force spectrum, the pure, fundamental energy of forces that existed before chakra was ever invented, before the Sage of Six Paths ever dreamed of splitting the Ten Tails' power, hit the absorption mechanism with the incompatibility of oil hitting water. It did not get absorbed. It overloaded. The Preta realm's hands flared bright, too bright, the seal glowing past its operational maximum, and the body's chakra network ruptured from the inside. Every channel, every pathway, every meridian built to carry and process energy, failing simultaneously as incompatible force flooded through systems never designed to contain it. The Preta realm collapsed. Smoke rose from its palms. The body was intact, but every system that made it function as a path was burned out, irreversible, finished. Time elapsed, 1 second. The Naraka realm opened its mouth. The King of Hell manifested, the demonic face rising from the ground, its judicial gaze sweeping toward Naruto, its power of judgment engaging. The King of Hell's mechanism required a truth evaluation. It asked questions, it determined lies, it punished falsehood and rewarded honesty. "Are you here to destroy?" it asked. The voice of something ancient, something that had served as judge since before the Rinnegan was invented. "I am here to end this," Naruto said, truthful, completely, without ambiguity or deception. The King of Hell's evaluation returned. Truth. It could do nothing to something that was honest. Its judicial function had been satisfied, but its physical form was still present. And the Naraka realm was still using it as a weapon. Naruto applied the strength force to the King of Hell's manifested body. Amplified gravity. Localized to the entity's physical presence in this dimension. The ancient judge, something that had existed for millennia without being challenged, found itself subject to gravitational force that exceeded its structural parameters by an order of magnitude. It was pulled downward, into the earth, past the earth, into a depth where its form could sustain itself only by returning to the dimension it had come from. It vanished. The Naraka realm, deprived of its partner, stood alone. One vibrating hand strike to the chest, one more body on the ground. Time elapsed, 3 seconds. The Ashura realm, the last standing path, responded to the elimination of the other 5 with the totality of its mechanical arsenal. Every weapon deployed, laser arrays, missile projections, mechanical limbs extending in configurations designed for maximum destructive output. A one-entity war machine directing everything it had at the golden figure standing in the center of the destroyed village. The still force. The Asura realm froze mid-deployment. Laser beams hung in the air, solid lines of light suspended between their projectors and their targets. The photons themselves arrested in their transit. Missiles hovered motionless. Mechanical arms extended toward targets they would never reach. Naruto walked through the frozen arsenal. He examined the Asura realm's body with the detached interest of someone studying a mechanism that has been rendered moot. The chakra receivers that allowed pain to control it from a distance. The Rinnegan eyes that connected it to the shared network. The artificial modifications that made it more weapon than person. He reached into the Asura realm's chest and removed the central chakra receiver that served as its primary connection to Nagato. When the still force released, the Asura realm collapsed, a puppet whose primary string had been cut. The weapons powered down. The mechanical limbs went limp. Total elapsed time for 6 paths, under 60 seconds. Naruto stood in the wreckage of the battlefield, 6 bodies around him. The village of Konoha spread in every direction, damaged, wounded, smoking, but still there. Still standing. Still populated by people who were emerging from cover with the kind of expressions that exist somewhere between relief and the complete inability to process what they had just witnessed. Kakashi, alive, injured, pulled from rubble by his ambush squad, looked across the distance at the golden figure and felt his already broken ribs ache with the memory of the first time that lightning had entered his life. 3 years. 3 years, and the boy had returned, and the village was saved, and the cost of everything he'd been building was visible in every broken wall and every life lost in the minutes before his arrival. The minutes he had chosen to wait. The minutes that were the price of a lesson about preparedness that the village would carry forward into every future decision. Naruto turned his face toward the edge of the village, toward the mountains beyond, toward the hidden cave where a crippled man in a machine was still trying to control bodies that were no longer responding. He ran. The cave was in the mountains northeast of Konoha. Half a day's travel for a shinobi moving at combat speed. Less than a heartbeat for the Speed Force. Naruto arrived at the entrance. He stopped. The suit's lightning dimmed. Not deactivated, just settled. The forces pulled into a lower register. He walked the last 100 meters at a human pace. Through the cave mouth. Through the stone corridor that led to the central chamber. Through the threshold where Konan stood with her back against the wall and her eyes fixed on him, and her paper wings half-formed at her shoulders. He passed her without a word. She didn't move to stop him. The chamber was lit by bioluminescent moss. The machine at its center, the device that held Nagato upright, that connected his body to the chakra receivers, that allowed him to project his will across miles into dead vessels, hummed with the steady thrum of overtaxed systems. Nagato himself was visible at the machine's heart, a skeleton wrapped in skin, red hair hanging lank around a face that had consumed itself in service to a philosophy of pain. His Rinnegan eyes, the real ones, the original ones, burned purple in their sockets. They tracked Naruto's approach with the full attention of a man who had just lost every extension of his body and was facing what had destroyed them with nothing left between them. "You killed my 6 paths," Nagato said. His voice was thin, worn, the voice of someone whose body has been paying the cost of their convictions for too long. In under a minute, Naruto stopped 10 feet from the machine. He stood with his hands at his sides and his red eyes steady on Nagato's purple ones. 2 Uzumakis facing each other across a cave floor. 2 philosophies of pain separated by 10 feet of stone and an ideological distance that might as well have been infinite. Nagato was silent for a long time. The machine hummed. The moss glowed. Water dripped from the ceiling in a rhythm that neither man tracked. "You are faster than I anticipated," Nagato said. "Stronger, beyond the scope of what my intelligence suggested. Your intelligence was limited to what chakra-based observation could provide. I am beyond that scope." "Yes." Nagato's eyes didn't waver. Despite his ruined body, despite his destroyed paths, despite the absolute certainty of what was standing in front of him and what it could do. His gaze held the absolute resolve of a man who has been dying for years and made peace with it. I felt it. When my paths went silent, I felt the speed of it. Less than a minute for all 6. Jiraiya-sensei lasted longer than my paths did against you. Something moved in Naruto's jaw at Jiraiya's name. A tightening, brief. You killed him, Naruto said. I told him to stay away from you. He came anyway. That was who he was. He came because he believed he could save me. Nagato's lips curved, something that might have been a smile on a face that remembered how to make one. He believed until the end that the child he taught in Rain Country was still in here, that the dream was still alive. Was he right? Nagato's Rinnegan flickered. The question landed on something that his body of justifications had been built to cover. His hands, thin, blue-veined, trembling with the strain of maintaining his connection to the machine, gripped the armrests of his device. I was his student, Nagato said. I was a child who believed in the dream of peace. Then Yahiko died. Then the world taught me what happens to dreamers. It breaks them. It takes their friends and kills them in front of them and asks what they're going to do about it. And I decided that if the world only understood pain, then I would speak its language. I would become so much pain that they would have to listen. I know the logic, Naruto said. His voice held something that wasn't hostility, wasn't warmth either, something between. You and I started at the same address. I know what it looks like from that window. You watched your friends die and decided the world needed a god to threaten it into peace. I watched my village rot and decided it needed a monster to make it grow. The difference between us is that your plan ends when you stop breathing. Mine has already taken root. Nagato stared at him, the purple eyes ancient, weary, carrying the weight of every decision made since the day Yahiko's body hit the ground, studied the boy in the golden suit with something approaching recognition. What do you mean? Gaara of the Sand, Naruto said, a weapon turned into a leader, a boy who was given the option between being what his village feared and being what it needed, and who chose correctly. He is the Kazekage now. He protects his people because he learned what protection costs. Sasuke Uchiha, a blade without a target who was given a target worth swinging for. He will return to Konoha. He will dismantle the corruption that took his family, and he will do it by building something better in its place. He is already moving in that direction. Konoha itself, a village that was soft and complacent 3 years ago, that has been training harder and taking threats more seriously because something showed them what complacency costs. Your attack today killed people. It also showed the survivors what they're fighting for. They will rebuild. They will be stronger. He took a step closer. The forces hummed in his body at a register Nagato could feel in his bones. Your way produces compliance, Naruto said. Fear of pain is all that holds it together. Remove the god and the compliance vanishes. My way produces heroes, people who have been through the fire and came out the other side capable of walking through the next one. That grows, that propagates, that survives beyond any single person's life. Nagato was very still. His hands had stopped trembling on the armrests. His eyes, those legendary eyes, the Rinnegan of the Sage of Six Paths, were fixed on Naruto with an intensity that burned through the illness and the exhaustion and the years of justification. Heroes, Nagato repeated. The word carried the weight of something he'd stopped believing in. Jiraiya-sensei believed in heroes. Jiraiya believed in potential. Naruto's voice was steady. He saw it in you. He saw it in me. He saw it in everyone he met, and he died trying to prove it was real. He was wrong about the method. You cannot save people by asking them to be better. You have to show them what being worse looks like and let them choose the alternative. But he was right about the fundamental truth. People can become something worth being. Nagato closed his eyes. The machine hummed around him. Konan stood at the threshold behind Naruto, tears tracking her face in lines that the cave's moisture couldn't account for. I was supposed to be the hero of my generation, Nagato said. Jiraiya-sensei told me that. He said I would be the one to bring peace. His eyes opened. The Rinnegan burned. Instead, I became the villain. You became what your tragedy made you. That is what everyone becomes when they have no one to show them what the tragedy is supposed to produce. Naruto's gaze didn't waver. You spent your fire on destroying. You could have spent it on building. The difference is a teacher. You had the wrong one after Jiraiya left. Toby? Yes. Nagato was silent for a long time. The water dripped. The moss glowed. Something was happening in his expression. A shifting, a settling, the architecture of a decade's conviction being examined in the light of a perspective he had never been offered. The people I killed today, Nagato said, in the village, are dead, yes. His voice cracked, just slightly, a hairline fracture in the composure. And if I could, you can. Nagato's eyes snapped to full focus. The Rinnegan's rings seemed to sharpen in their sockets. Rinne-tensei, the technique that revives the dead at the cost of the user's life. Naruto's voice was level, stating facts without inflection, without pressure, letting the choice exist on its own merits. You have enough life left to activate it. You have enough will to direct it. Everyone who died in Konoha today can wake up tomorrow. It will kill me. You are already dying. You have been dying since the day you put yourself in that machine. The question is what your death produces. Today, right now, it can produce something your life never did. Nagato looked at him, looked past the golden suit and the crackling energy and the dual-layered voice and saw, underneath all of it, the boy who shared his clan name. The Uzumaki who had been given the same wound and built something entirely different from its metal. You are asking me to die for the village I just destroyed. I am telling you that you have the option. I am telling you that Jiraiya would have wanted you to take it. And I am telling you that if you do, if you choose to make your last act the reversal of your greatest sin, then your death means something beyond the violence that preceded it. A pause. The red lightning at Naruto's eyes flared once. That is more than most people get. Nagato's hands lifted from the armrests, formed the seal, the specific configuration that channeled the Rinnegan's ultimate technique, the power over life and death that only the sage's eyes could command. Rinne-tensei no jutsu. The Rinnegan blazed. Purple light filled the cave, erupting from Nagato's eyes, from his hands, from every point on his body where the technique's cost was being extracted. His life force flowed outward, through the mountain, through the miles between this cave and Konoha, reaching every person whose death his attack had caused and reversing it. Hearts that had stopped started, lungs that had emptied filled, eyes that had closed opened. Nagato's body dimmed as the life left it. The machine's hum faltered. His hands dropped from their seal. Jiraiya-sensei, he whispered, his eyes, still burning, fading, the Rinnegan's rings blurring at their edges, found Naruto one last time. Tell him, if you see him, tell him. The light went out. Nagato Uzumaki died with a half-formed message on his lips, and the lives of hundreds flowing back into bodies that his will had emptied hours before. The machine went silent. The cave went still. Naruto stood over the body for 5 seconds. He looked at the face, peaceful in death in a way it hadn't been in life. The face of someone who had found the right answer at the last possible moment and died with it between their teeth. He turned. Konan stood at the threshold. Her eyes were fixed on Nagato's body. Tears fell without sound. Give him a name on the grave, Naruto said. His voice was stripped of the resonance. Just a boy's voice. Just 15 years old. He earned it at the end. He walked past her, through the corridor, through the cave mouth, into the mountain air. Behind him, Konan sank to her knees beside the machine and pressed her head against Nagato's cooling hand and wept with the full force of someone who has lost the last person in the world who shared their history. The cave held them. The mountain stood around them, and the golden streak that lit the sky was already miles away, headed south, headed toward the next name on a list that was growing shorter. Obito Uchiha arrived at the cave 6 hours later. He materialized from the swirl of his kamui, space folding, reality bending around the single point of his entry, and landed on the cave floor with the orange mask still in place, and the intention of harvesting Nagato's Rinnegan still driving his movements. He found Naruto already there, sitting, cross-legged, on the stone floor beside the empty machine. The body was gone. Konan had taken it as instructed. The Rinnegan eyes were gone with it. What remained was an empty device and a boy in a golden suit who looked up at the masked man with eyes that held zero surprise. You're late, Naruto said. Obito's posture shifted. The mask tilted. Behind the single eye hole, the Sharingan spun, the eternal pattern of the Manjikyo, the eye that had been given to him by the same tragedy that had made him into what he was. The Yellow Demon, Obito said. His voice carried the careful modulation of a man who had spent years performing a persona, deeper than it needed to be, the rhythm of someone who has been pretending to be something they aren't for so long that the pretense has become its own reality. You've been busy. The mask, Naruto said. He stood. The Speed Force engaged at minimal expression, just enough to make what happened next instantaneous rather than fast. He was across the cave, and his hand was on Obito's mask before the Manjikyu could register the movement as an event worth predicting. His fingers closed on the orange porcelain, and pulled, the mask came away. Obito Uchiha's face half-scarred, the right side smooth and reconstructed from Hashirama cells, the left bearing the original tissue of a boy who had been crushed under a boulder at 14, was exposed to the cave's blue light. The Sharingan burned in his left socket. The Rinnegan, Nagato's spare, transplanted during Obito's manipulation of the war's early stages, glowed in his right. Naruto looked at the face, held the mask in his hand, studied the man behind the myth, behind Tobi, behind Madara, behind the layers of deception that had organized the Akatsuki's actions and the Moon's Eye plan, and the capture of tailed beasts are years of patient operation. The Sage Force engaged. Full scope. Total read, a boy in a cave. 14 years old, crushed, dying. Found by Madara, the real Madara, ancient and crumbling, connected to the demonic statue by tubes that kept his failing body ticking. Rebuilt with Hashirama cells. Given a new body. Given purpose by an old man who needed a vessel for a plan too large for his remaining lifespan to contain. Then Rin, the girl, the teammate, the one he loved with the uncomplicated totality that 14-year-old boys love, without reservation, without condition, without the cynicism that experience would later provide. She died on Kakashi's hand, the Chidori through her chest. The moment Obito arrived to save her and found instead the image that would define every decision for the rest of his existence. The world broke for him in that moment, the same way it breaks for everyone who reaches the point where reality exceeds their framework's ability to contain it. He looked at Rin's body and at Kakashi's blood-soaked hand, and at the world that had produced this outcome despite every promise that it wouldn't. And he chose. He chose the same thing Nagato chose, the same thing every villain in this world chose when faced with unbearable pain without anyone to show them what the pain was supposed to produce. He chose to make it all stop, the Moon's Eye plan, the infinite Tsukuyomi, everyone dreaming, everyone happy, everyone asleep in a world where Rin was alive and nothing ever hurt. You had the right wound, Naruto said. He dropped the mask. It hit the cave floor and broke into 3 pieces along fracture lines that had been building since Obito first put it on. You had someone who could have built it into something real. You chose the wrong teacher. Obito's mismatched eyes, Sharingan and Rinnegan, one born and one stolen, fixed on Naruto with an expression that the mask had been hiding for years. It was younger than it should have been. Beneath the scars and the manufactured composure and the years of playing puppet master, the face underneath was still the face of a boy who lost someone and never found anything worth living for to replace her. You cannot understand, Obito said. His voice lost its performed depth, became what it actually was, a man's voice, mid-20s, carrying the strain of someone who has been holding a shape that doesn't fit. You cannot understand what it was like to watch. I understand exactly, Naruto said. I understand tragedy. I was born from it, raised in it. I carry the memory of an entire life lived in service to it. The difference between us is purpose. You wanted to erase the world's pain. I want to teach it to survive the pain. One of those ends with heroes. One ends with corpses who are dreaming. Obito's Kamui activated, his body phased, the spatial distortion wrapping around him, the pocket dimension opening to receive his physical form, the technique that had made him functionally intangible for over a decade. Attacks passed through him. He existed between dimensions. He was untouchable. Naruto vibrated, the forever force at full expression, his body shifting to the frequency that existed between physical states, the same frequency that phased through walls and chests and hearts. 2 forms of intangibility meeting in the same space. Two men who had removed themselves from the normal flow of physical interaction, now facing each other in the space between. To anyone watching from the physical world, if there had been anyone to watch, the fight would have been invisible. Flickers of distortion in the air, reality warping at contact points where two intangible bodies interacted in a dimension that normal matter couldn't perceive. The stone floor of the cave cracking in patterns that followed no visible force, the air splitting in locations where nothing appeared to be. In the space between, Obito moved at the speed his Kamui allowed, fast, phasing in and out of his pocket dimension, attacking from angles that existed outside physical geometry. He was skilled. He had been fighting in this mode for over a decade. He knew the rules of dimensional combat the way a fish knows water. Naruto moved at the speed the Forever Force allowed, which was the Speed Force's speed, which was infinite, which was faster than dimension shifting could compensate for, because the Speed Force existed at the foundational layer of reality, while Kamui operated one level above it. The collision lasted 6 seconds. In those 6 seconds, Naruto found the frequency gap between Obito's dimensional phasing and the physical world. The tiny window, the fraction of an instant, where Obito's body existed fully in one dimension or the other, and could be interacted with on terms that bypassed the intangibility. The window that every user of Kamui had to allow, because passing between dimensions required a moment of being fully present in one. He hit that window. The vibration phase strike bypassed Kamui, the way Kamui bypassed physical matter, by operating at a rule level that the technique had no jurisdiction over. Naruto's fist connected with Obito's chest inside the dimensional transition, and the impact sent the man crashing back into physical reality with the force of someone being expelled from a space they were no longer welcome in. Obito hit the cave floor, physical, solid. The Kamui's protection gone, stripped away by an impact that had disrupted the technique's mechanism at its operational foundation. He gasped, blood on his lips, his Sharingan spinning wildly trying to reactivate the phasing, finding the chakra pathways that powered it damaged in ways that would take hours to repair. Naruto stood over him, the golden suit blazing, the cave lit by his lightning. Obito looked up, at the boy, at the embodiment of everything his plan was designed to eliminate: pain, struggle, loss, the unforgiving reality of a world where people died and it hurt, and you had to keep existing afterward. His hand pressed to his chest where the strike had landed. His mismatched eyes burned. "Your tragedy was real," Naruto said. He looked down at Obito's face with something that was recognition without sympathy. "Rin was real. Your grief was real. What you felt watching her die was the most honest thing that has ever happened to you. And nothing about it, nothing about the truth of that moment, earned you the right to take the entire world's consciousnesses hostage, because you couldn't bear to live in a reality where she's gone." Obito's mouth worked, his jaw set. "You don't get to. I get to do exactly what I'm gonna do." Naruto crouched, his face level with Obito's, his red eyes inches from the Sharingan and Rinnegan that stared back at him. "Your plan was to put everyone to sleep forever. Everyone. Every person alive, dreaming a lie they didn't choose, sealed in a happiness they never earned, stripped of every struggle that could have made them into something real. That is the most complete cowardice I have ever witnessed. You were going to murder the world's agency because looking at it awake reminded you of what you lost." Obito's face twisted. The thing underneath the composure, the rage, the grief, the 14-year-old boy still screaming in the back of a man's mind, surged against its container. "She died. People die." Naruto's voice cut. "People die and it destroys us, and we build something from the wreckage or we don't. That is the only choice. You chose to build a dream. I chose to build heroes. One of those produces something that survives beyond a single man's control." He reached. His hand vibrated. "Wait," Obito said. The hand entered his chest, found the heart. The same method that had started everything. The same technique from the alley, from the Anbu captain to from Zabuza, from Orochimaru. The signature, the constant, the buzzing palm that was Hunter Zalamon's legacy rendered in a 15-year-old's flesh. "You could have been Kakashi's rival," Naruto said. His voice was low, almost, carrying something that ached. "You could have been the hero of your generation. You chose the wrong teacher and the wrong path and the wrong answer to a question that every person in pain faces. I cannot let your answer stand." He compressed. Obito Uchiha's eyes went wide. His mouth opened around a word. The word was Rin. Just the name. Just the one word that had defined everything, that had started the cascade and ended his story, and now ended his life in a cave in the mountains with a boy's hand in his chest and a golden suit blazing in the blue light. Then the word died with him, and the cave went still. Naruto withdrew his hand, stood, looked down at the body of the man who had orchestrated more suffering than any other single individual in the shinobi world's recent history. Looked at the face, still younger than it should have been, still carrying the ghost of a boy who loved a girl and broke when she died. He left the cave. Outside, the mountain air was cold and the sky was filled with stars. Naruto looked up at them, at the vast, indifferent spread of light above a world that was getting smaller in its list of threats. One remained. The oldest one. The one at the bottom of the stack. The architect whose design had produced Obito, who had produced the Akatsuki, who had produced pain, who had produced everything downstream. The plan behind the plan behind the plan. Naruto looked at the moon. It hung white and full above the mountains. Somewhere in its structure, embedded in its surface, woven into its geology, the mechanism of the infinite Tsukuyomi waited, incomplete without Obito's activation, but still present, still capable of being triggered through other channels. Black Zetsu was still alive. Madara's contingencies were still in motion. The war was almost over. But the last battle was the one that had been building since before the hidden villages existed. Kabuto Yakushi had spent 3 years building himself into something his former master would have envied. He had Orochimaru's research, every file, every experiment, every forbidden technique cataloged across decades of obsessive study. He had improved upon it, integrated it into his own body, woven the DNA of legendary shinobi into his cellular structure until his biology was less a single person and more a committee of dead geniuses operating through one nervous system. Snake Sage mode transformed him further. The nature energy drawn from Ryuchi Cave gave him a sensory range and combat capability that exceeded what any single shinobi could naturally produce. He moved through the world with the confidence of someone who had become an apex predator through deliberate, painstaking self-modification. He was in an underground facility in the Land of Frost, a converted mineshaft that he'd repurposed as his laboratory, when Naruto found him. The Edo Tensei scrolls were on his table, the summoning preparations at 70% completion. 2 weeks from activation. 2 weeks from raising an army of dead legends, every powerful shinobi who had died in the last century, reanimated and enslaved to his will through the technique that Tobirama had invented and Orochimaru had perfected, and Kabuto had evolved beyond either of their versions. Madara was on the list. The crown jewel. The man whose resurrection would provide the final body for the Moon's Eye Plan's completion. Because even with Obito dead, even with Nagato gone, Black Zetsu had contingencies, had alternate channels, had been building toward this moment for centuries, and would find a way to trigger the Tsukuyomi through any available vessel. Naruto walked through the facility's wall. The forever force phased him through stone and steel and reinforced earth. He emerged into Kabuto's laboratory without announcement, without sound, without anything preceding his arrival, except the sudden presence of golden energy in a room that had been occupied by a single person a millisecond prior. Kabuto turned. His snake eyes, slitted yellow-green, the pupils of a predator, locked onto the intruder. His sage mode was active, the natural energy showing him the newcomer's outline, the shape of the power that surrounded him. What the sage mode showed him was wrong. The sensory input didn't register correctly. The power surrounding the golden figure read like nothing. Sage mode was designed to detect the force spectrum existing outside the natural energy framework, the way a frequency exists outside a radio's tuning range. Kabuto's augmented senses told him there was something there, that it was powerful, that its magnitude exceeded his parameters, but the specific nature of it remained incomprehensible. The yellow ghost, Kabuto said. His voice was smooth, the performance of composure that he'd learned from Orochimaru and maintained as a matter of professional identity. I've been tracking your activities. Hidan, Kakuzu, Sasori, Deidara, Kisame, Pain, Toby. A smile that showed teeth too white and too even. Quite the harvest. The scrolls, Naruto said. His dual voice filled the laboratory. The Edo Tensei preparations. Destroy them now and I will let you walk away from this as something smaller than you entered it. That is the offer. Kabuto's smile widened. His hands moved, Sage Mode chakra flowing into his palms, the preparations for combat initiating. Smaller. You want me to give up everything I've built. You built a framework for enslaving dead people. You built a ladder made of corpses and called yourself brilliant for climbing it. Everything you have is stolen from Orochimaru, from the dead, from research conducted on unwilling subjects. You are a parasite's parasite. The offer is generous. Kabuto attacked. His Sage Mode body moved at speeds that exceeded Jonin-level capability, the snake-enhanced reflexes giving him reaction times measured in microseconds, the stolen DNA enhancements providing strength and durability far beyond human baseline. He launched himself at Naruto with a medical jutsu loaded in his palms, a technique designed to sever chakra connections on contact, to shut down an opponent's energy system from the outside. The technique hit Naruto's chest. Nothing happened. The medical jutsu found nothing to sever. The force spectrum didn't run on chakra pathways. It ran on something that medical ninjutsu had no vocabulary for, and therefore no ability to affect. Kabuto's palms pressed against the golden suit's surface, and the technique dissipated into the energy field like water hitting a hot pan. Kabuto's snake eyes went wide. Naruto hit him. One punch. Speed, force, velocity. The impact launched Kabuto through the wall of his own laboratory and into the stone corridor beyond. He crashed through 2 more walls before stopping. His body's stolen durability keeping him alive, the Sage Mode's passive defense absorbing enough of the force to prevent instant death. He lay in the rubble of the 3rd wall, gasping, his enhanced healing already working on the damage. His mind racing through contingencies, he formed signs. Edo Tensei, emergency activation on the incomplete scrolls. If he could raise even one of the prepared legends, even partially, even for a single engagement, Naruto's hand closed on his wrist from behind. The speed force had placed him there before Kabuto's fingers completed the first sign. The grip was absolute. The vibrating frequency of the forever force running through Naruto's palm meant that Kabuto's Sage Mode body, enhanced, durability modified, strengthened beyond natural limits, could not pull free any more than a normal person could pull free of a mountain. I gave you the generous option, Naruto said. He was directly behind Kabuto, his mouth near the man's ear, his voice carrying the dual resonance at full power. You chose the other one. What followed was systematic. Naruto's vibrating hand, the precise frequency that disrupted biological structures at the molecular level, entered Kabuto's body at multiple points in rapid succession. The speed force made each entry instantaneous. Each one targeted something specific, the Sage Mode connection, severed at the chakra junction that linked Kabuto's network to Ryuchi Cave's natural energy source. Sage Mode collapsed. The snake enhancements, the modified DNA strands woven into Kabuto's cellular structure, disrupted at the molecular level, the borrowed genetics reverting to inactive states. Kabuto's body rejected the additions like an immune system suddenly recognizing foreign tissue. His body shrank, not physically, but in capability, in potential. The apex predator feeling its augmentation stripped away one by one until what remained was the baseline. A medical nin with above-average intelligence and below-average combat capability. The thing Kabuto had been before he started climbing, he hit the ground, retching. His skin was changing, the snake modifications receding, the scales at his temples fading, the slit pupils returning to the round shape they'd been born with. He looked at his hands, normal hands, unenhanced hands, the hands of someone who had taken everything from others and was now left with only what was his. Naruto stood above him. The Edo Tensei scrolls, visible in the laboratory behind them, ignited. Speed force lightning arced from Naruto's body in targeted branches that found every scroll, every preparation, every preserved DNA sample in the facility. They burned, every one. The accumulated work of 3 years of grave robbing and preparation turning to ash in the time it took a thought to form. You will live, Naruto said. He looked at Kabuto's reduced form with eyes that held something that was judgment without contempt. You will rebuild, but what you rebuild will be yours, earned, small, honest. The stolen power is gone. The ladder of corpses is gone. What's left is what you are without someone else's genius propping you up. Decide if that's enough to be worth being. He left Kabuto in the rubble, left him reduced but breathing, left him with the choice that remained after everything that wasn't his had been removed. The golden streak exited the facility and carved the sky westward. Black Zetsu felt Obito die, felt Kabuto's preparations burn, felt the channels of the plan closing one by one, each contingency severed, each alternate path blocked, each remaining thread cut by something moving faster than ancient patience could compensate for. And it adapted, because that was what ancient patience did. It adapted. It had been adapting since before the hidden villages, since before the chakra system, since before human beings understood what they carried in their blood. It was the will of a goddess encoded in living matter, and its patience was measured in centuries, and it had always known that some variables would require improvisation. The Shinju, the tree, the original source of all chakra in this world, planted by Kaguya Tsutsuki eons ago, its roots running beneath the entire continent, its dormant potential waiting for the right convergence of power to reawaken it. If the infinite Tsukuyomi could be triggered directly through the tree rather than through a human vessel, if enough energy could be channeled into its root system to force the fruit's maturation, then the technique could bypass every eliminated middleman. Black Zetsu moved. It had been distributed across the continent in fragments for years, pieces of itself embedded in strategic locations, monitoring, waiting, adapting. Now every fragment converged, drawing toward the tree's root nexus, the point beneath the land of fire where the deepest roots merged and the Shinju's dormant awareness was strongest. It fed itself into the root system. Its accumulated energy, centuries of absorbed natural force, flowing into the tree's infrastructure like fuel into an engine. The roots stirred. The earth above them trembled. In forests across 3 countries, trees began to lean, drawn by the subterranean movement of something ancient waking beneath them. The Shinju grew. It erupted from the ground 10 miles south of Konoha, a trunk so vast that its shadow covered entire villages, branches spreading like a continent of wood against the sky, roots tearing through the landscape in every direction. It grew at the speed of something being forcibly awakened rather than naturally developing. Minutes instead of millennia, the stored potential of eons compressed into a time frame that the world's geology was never designed to accommodate. The moon turned red. The infinite Tsukuyomi's light reached the earth from the Rinne Sharingan that opened on the moon's surface, the mechanism that had been embedded there since Kaguya's era, now activated by the Shinju's forced maturation. The red light spread. Where it touched open sky, people fell, their consciousness captured, their bodies sealed in bark cocoons that grew from the Shinju's extending roots. Across 3 nations, the population began to sleep. Naruto felt it from 200 miles away. The Sage Force screamed, the sudden massive disruption of every natural energy signature within its range as consciousness after consciousness winked out under the Tsukuyomi's effect. Millions of people dreaming simultaneously, the world going silent in a way that had nothing to do with sound. He looked at the sky. The red light was visible from this distance, a crimson glow on the southern horizon that was spreading with each passing second, the moon's eye sweeping across the earth. The Tsukuyomi's light hit him. It washed over his body like a breeze through an open window. The Forever Force, which existed outside the timeline, which operated at a frequency that the Tsukuyomi's perceptual manipulation could find no purchase on, rendered the technique meaningless against him. You cannot put to sleep something that is unmoored from the flow of time you're manipulating. You cannot trap in a dream something that decides which moments are real. He was the only person standing under open sky who didn't fall. He ran, the speed force at absolute maximum expression. The world blurred past in a streak of gold and red that crossed nations in seconds. He arrived at the Shinju's base, the massive trunk that was still growing, still expanding, its bark surface covering miles, and its branches extending toward the horizon in every direction. He ran up the trunk, vertical, The Speed Force, disregarding the concept of falling the same way it disregarded every other physical limitation, his feet striking the bark surface at a velocity that made gravity's pull irrelevant, ascending the impossibly tall trunk in heartbeats. Konoha was visible below as he climbed. The village with every person sealed in bark cocoons, the streets empty, the buildings occupied only by sleepers. His village. The people he had broken and tested and pushed for 5 years to become something that could survive what the world threw at them. All asleep, all dreaming, all taken by a technique he had known was coming and had chosen to let the world face, because the threat of it was supposed to force growth and preparation and readiness. The threat had come faster than the growth. He kept running. Up, past the canopy, past the branches, past the atmosphere itself, as the Shinju's top extended into the sky at heights that exceeded what conventional trees could reach. He left the air behind, left the earth behind. The Speed Force sustained him in the void, its energy field providing everything his body needed to survive in an environment that shouldn't support human life. The moon grew in his vision, red, the eye on its surface blazing. He reached it in seconds, the Speed Force carrying him through the vacuum of space, with the same indifference to physics that it carried him through everything else. He landed on the lunar surface with a footstep that should have been silent in the void, but that the Speed Force translated into impact regardless. The Reincarnation covered the moon's face. A massive eye, purple and ringed, its gaze directed at the earth below, the projection mechanism that turned its observation into the Tsukuyomi's light. Around it, embedded in the lunar stone, the infrastructure that maintained the connection between the eye and the tree, Black Zetsu was there. It stood beside the eye's mechanism, or rather, it was the mechanism's interface. Its body merged with the lunar stone, half absorbed into the structure that connected the Reincarnation to the Shinju's root system below. Its face, the white and black division that marked it as something between plant and will, turned toward Naruto with an expression that combined ancient patience with something new. Fear. You, it said. Its voice was the voice of something very old and very certain of its purpose. You have been the variable I could not account for. I have been the variable nobody could account for. Naruto stood on the moon with his suit blazing against the void, red gold lightning arcing from his body into the vacuum, the Speed Force making space itself acknowledge his presence. Your plan took centuries. It dies in the next 60 seconds. Black Zetsu's merged form surged, tendrils of ancient will erupting from the lunar stone, reaching for Naruto with the intent of engulfment. The entity that had manipulated civilizations and orchestrated wars believed, even now, that proximity and contact would provide some leverage. The tendrils passed through him. The forever force at full vibration. Physical contact with something that existed between states of matter was as possible as gripping smoke. Everything you built, Naruto said. His voice existed in the void through the Speed Force's field, projected, sustained, filling the space between them. Everything you manipulated, every war you orchestrated, every life you directed, every century of patient scheming, ends now. He applied the strength force to the Reincarnation's infrastructure, the gravity manipulation at tectonic scale. The same principle that had collapsed mines and leveled forests focused on the mechanism that connected the eye to its projection system. The infrastructure that directed the Tsukuyomi's light from the moon to the earth. The alignment, the targeting system that allowed the technique to find and affect every conscious mind beneath open sky. He didn't destroy the eye. He redirected it, twisted the gravitational field around the mechanism until the projection angle shifted, the light's path bending, curving, aimed at nothing, at empty space, at the void between celestial bodies where there were no minds to capture and no consciousnesses to seal. The red light on the earth dimmed, shifted, failed, below. 200,000 miles below, the bark cocoons began to crack, people stirring, waking. The dream dissolving around them as the technique that maintained it lost its targeting. Black Zetsu screamed. The sound carried no air, but the entity produced it anyway, a frequency of pure will that expressed the fury of something watching its oldest, deepest plan collapse in real time. Its tendrils surged again, more of them, denser, the full force of its ancient will concentrated in a single assault against the figure standing between it and everything it had spent centuries building. Naruto vibrated his hands. The buzzing frequency, the one that disrupted cellular and molecular integrity, the one that unraveled biological matter at a level below what regeneration could address. He drove both hands into Black Zetsu's merged form. Against flesh and bone, the technique disrupted hearts. Against something made of living will and plant matter and ancient chakra rather than conventional biology, the technique did something else entirely. It disrupted the will itself. The vibration found the frequency at which Black Zetsu's consciousness was encoded in its physical form and applied interference. The way noise cancellation eliminates sound by producing the exact opposite wave, Black Zetsu came apart. Its form, the thing that had existed since Kaguya's era, that had manipulated the Sage of Six Paths sons, that had guided the Uchiha clan toward hatred, that had groomed Madara, that had created Obito, that had built the entire architecture of this world's suffering across millennia, dissolved, fragment by fragment, layer by layer. The ancient will unraveling as the interference patterns spread through its structure and canceled every encoding that held it together. Mother, it said, the last word, the final reference to the goddess whose will it embodied and whose purpose it had served across an eternity of patient manipulation. The word dissolved with the rest of it. There was nothing left. Nothing of Black Zetsu, nothing of its plan, nothing of the will that had moved through centuries like a hand moving chess pieces. The frequency had canceled it at the foundational level. What remained was lunar stone and empty space, and a boy standing alone on the moon with his hands still vibrating and his eyes still burning red. He looked down. The Shinju, visible from this distance as a growth on the planet's surface, impossibly large, still present, still extending its roots through three nations' geology. The eye on the moon was neutralized. The light was gone. The Tsukuyomi was broken. But the tree remained, and in its roots, in its structure, what remained of Madara Uchiha's will still pulsed. The architect himself was dead, had been dead for years. The body that returned to life through Obito's original sacrifice long since crumbled. But the will survived in the tree's system. The ambition, the vision, the purpose that had infected everything downstream from the original betrayal at the Valley of the End a century ago. Naruto descended. The speed force carried him from lunar surface to atmosphere to sky to canopy in a streak that burned brighter than anything the waking world below could comprehend. He hit the Shinju's crown, the highest point of the tree, and kept going, down through the trunk, through the wood and the sap, and the ancient genetic memory encoded in every cell of the organism that had been growing since before human civilization. The strength force. He hit the root nexus at the tree's base and applied. The planet's gravity, the full weight of the world, the mass of an entire celestial body, concentrated at a single point in the Shinju's root system, pulled inward, collapsed the structure that held the tree upright, and anchored it to the earth's crust. The roots, miles of them, spanning three nations, cracked under the strain. The trunk above groaned, a sound like the world itself protesting as something that had been growing since the dawn of chakra began to fail. The Shinju fell. It fell in sections, massive portions of trunk separating, branches breaking free, the entire impossible structure coming apart under the weight of gravity manipulation that exceeded its structural tolerance by a factor of thousands. It fell across the landscape in a cascade that would reshape the geography of the Land of Fire for generations. It fell, and as it fell, the last remnants of Madara's will, encoded in the tree's system, surviving through the connection between ancient ambition and ancient wood, fell with it. The will died, the same way consciousness dies when the structure housing it ceases to support its operation. Without physical medium, without energy source, without infrastructure, the vision that had started a century ago at the Valley of the End, with a man who refused to accept peace finally, fully, permanently ended, Naruto landed in the crater where the Shinju's base had been. The tree was gone. The roots were dying, severed from their power source, reverting to inert matter that the earth would absorb over years. The moon above was white again, the Rinne's Sharingan's mechanism destroyed, the red light extinguished. Across 3 nations, every person who had been sealed was waking, blinking, looking at bark fragments falling from their bodies and at skies that were blue again, and at a world that was still here despite every effort to end it. Naruto stood in the settling dust and looked at what remained. The village of Konoha, visible 10 miles to the north, intact, its people waking, its walls still standing despite everything that had been thrown at them across a week of impossible violence. The shinobi world spread in every direction. Scarred, yes. Changed, certainly. But present, alive, awake, he exhaled. The forces settled in his body, their expression dimming from the combat register to the resting state that had become his baseline. The lightning faded from his periphery. The suit's glow subsided until it was a warm pulse rather than a blaze. It was over. Everything that had been building since the moment he knelt in a rain-soaked alley and felt his past life click into place. Every villain, every architect, every force that had been organizing itself to end this world or control it or put it to sleep was gone. Dead or dismantled or dissolved. The list was empty. The world was awake. The world was hurt. The world was going to have to rebuild from what remained, and the people doing the rebuilding were the people he had spent 5 years forging. The ending, the lesson complete. The 5 Kaj Summit convened 11 days after the world woke up. They sat around a table in the Land of Iron, neutral territory, traditional location for matters that transcended individual village politics. The Hokage, the Kazekage, the Mizukage, the Raikage, the Tsuchikage. 5 leaders who had each in their own way witnessed the impossible. The agenda had a single item, the yellow ghost. They knew more now. Intelligence reports had been compiled, cross-referenced, verified across all 5 villages' networks. The entity that had eliminated the Akatsuki, executed Danzo Shimura, defeated Pain's 6 paths, dismantled Orochimaru's infrastructure, destroyed the Shinju, and neutralized the infinite Tsukuyomi. It was the same entity. One individual. A shinobi of Konoha origin. 15 years old. Tsunade sat at her position with the weight of that confirmation pressing against her composure. She had known since long before the summit. But hearing it discussed in the open, hearing the other Kage acknowledge what her village had produced and what it had become, gave the knowledge a weight that private certainty didn't carry. The Raikage, was the first to speak bluntly. Can we control it? We cannot, Gaara said. The Kazekage's voice was level. His seafoam eyes held the calm authority of someone who had earned his position through becoming what his people needed rather than what they feared. I have spoken with him. Years ago. He operates outside any chain of command and answers to his own judgment. Attempting to control him would be attempting to contain something that has already demonstrated the ability to defeat any force we could bring to bear. Then it's a threat, oppressed, his fist pressed against the table. He saved every person on this continent from permanent unconsciousness. Mei Terumi, the Mizukage, said. Her voice carried measured consideration. He dismantled the organization that was capturing our tailed beasts. He eliminated the corruption underneath Konoha that had been exporting instability for decades. If he is a threat, he is one that has consistently produced outcomes we were unable to produce ourselves. That doesn't make him safe, they said. Safety is irrelevant. Gaara's eyes were steady. Fire is never safe, but it forges steel. The question is whether the steel produced is worth the heat. I believe it is. My village is proof. The discussion continued for hours. It resolved nothing, could resolve nothing, because the entity they were discussing operated outside the frameworks that resolutions required. They could agree to monitor, they could agree to compile data, they could agree to maintain communication channels in the event of future contact. They could not agree to contain what could not be contained. They adjourned with the shared understanding that the world had changed in ways their political systems were still catching up to, and that the architect of that change was beyond their reach. Kakashi received the summit's report 2 days later. He read it in his apartment. The same apartment, the same corkboard, though the papers had been taken down. The investigation complete, its subject confirmed, its conclusion irrevocable. He read the cottage's discussion about control and monitoring and containment, and felt the old phantom ache in his ribs that he'd carried for 3 years. He closed the report, looked at the window, at the sky beyond it. blue and clear and empty of golden streaks. He thought about a morning in Training Ground 7. A blonde kid in black and yellow, standing at the center post, saying, "We're done performing," with a voice that held nothing to push against. The bells taken in 1 second, the Sharingan reading nothing. He thought about the words that followed. "I will break every one of you down to the pieces that matter, and from those pieces I will build something that can survive what is coming." What was coming had come, and it had been survived. And the things Naruto had broken, Kakashi's certainty, Sasuke's misdirection, Sakura's dependence, the village's complacency, had been rebuilt into something that held against the test. The test was over. The teacher was gone. Kakashi looked at the sky for a long time. Then he put the report in his desk drawer and went to train with his team. The new team, the genin he'd been assigned since Naruto's departure, the children who needed someone to teach them without breaking them because they hadn't earned the kind of fire Naruto used. He was a different teacher now than he'd been 5 years ago. Better, more present, more willing to admit what he didn't know, and more committed to showing what he did. The morning in Training Ground 7 had done that. The broken ribs and the shattered certainty had rebuilt into something more honest and more useful than what they'd replaced. The lesson had worked on him too. He just hadn't wanted to admit it until now. Sasuke returned to Konoha on a morning in late autumn. He walked through the village gate at dawn, alone, unarmed, wearing civilian clothes that carried road dust from 3 nations. His Manjikyu Sharingan was deactivated. His hands hung at his sides. He looked like what he was, a 15-year-old coming home after years of running. Tsunade met him at the gate. Behind her, Anbu, Jonin, the institutional response to a missing nin's voluntary return. Sakura was there too, grown taller, stronger, her medical training giving her hands that healed rather than hands that clung. She looked at Sasuke without the worship that had defined her childhood. She looked at him with the clear evaluation of an equal. Sasuke looked at Konoha, at the rebuilt walls, at the monument, Tsunade's face now added to the stone, at the village that had been destroyed and rebuilt twice in 3 years and was still standing, still functioning, still full of people getting up every morning and choosing to exist in a world that hurt. He thought about Naruto's words in the ruins, the thing Naruto had told him to become, the direction that pointed at construction rather than destruction. "I'm here to help rebuild," Sasuke said, to Tsunade, to the Anbu, to Sakura, to the village that had killed his family and that he was choosing with full knowledge and full agency to serve rather than burn. Because burning it would be the tantrum, and Naruto had been right about tantrums, and Sasuke had finally grown past the point where right could be refused, simply because the person saying it was someone he resented. It would take time. The trust would have to be earned. The village's memory of his defection and its consequences would have to be addressed. There would be probation and monitoring and the slow, difficult process of proving through action what words could only promise. That was fine. Difficulty was the point. The hard path was the right path. He'd been told that 5 years ago by someone who beat the lesson into his bones, and he was finally, fully, irrevocably choosing to walk it. He entered the village. The gate closed behind him. Gaara, in Sunagakure, sat at his desk in the Kazakage's office and looked at the letter he'd written. It was addressed to no one, or rather to someone who might never receive it. He'd written it in the weeks after the world woke up, during the long nights of reconstruction, when his village needed him to be present and functional. And he was both of those things, but also something else. Grateful. Grateful in a way that he couldn't express to the people around him, because the gratitude was for someone they'd never met in a moment they'd never witnessed. The letter was short. "You told me to live, suffer, and grow. You told me to find something worth protecting outside myself. I found it. My village, my people. The children who look at me without fear now, because I became what they needed instead of what they feared. I don't know if your way is right. I don't know if breaking people produces heroes more often than it produces ruins. But it produced me, and I am something worth being. Thank you for the fire, for making me walk through it, for standing over me in the sand and telling me there was something on the other side." He folded the letter, placed it in an envelope, wrote Naruto Uzumaki on the front. He sent it to Konoha, to the general address, knowing it would probably sit in a dead letter office forever because the person it was meant for didn't check his mail in any conventional sense. He sent it anyway, because some things needed to be said, even if they were never heard. Sakura Haruno worked a shift at Konoha Hospital on the day the last sealed civilian woke from the Tsukuyomi's residual effects. She healed the man's disorientation with a chakra pulse to his temporal lobe, a technique she developed herself, specific to the neurological after effects of mass genjutsu, published in the Konoha Medical Journal 3 months after Pain's attack. She was 17. She was the hospital's youngest section lead. She was responsible for 42 beds and the treatment protocols of every patient in the post-genjutsu recovery ward. She thought about Training Ground 7 sometimes, about the sound of Kakashi's ribs, about the feeling in her stomach when Naruto looked at her with those red-edged eyes and told her she relied on proximity to power, about the wave of terror that accompanied every demonstration of what he was. She had been terrified, rightly, appropriately, a child in the presence of something that exceeded comprehension. But the terror had taught her something. It had shown her, in the most visceral terms possible, what it felt like to be helpless. And the memory of that helplessness had driven every subsequent decision, every medical text studied, every technique mastered, every late night spent in the training ground, pushing her chakra control past what she believed was her limit. She had become something that didn't need proximity to power because it had power, earned, built, refined through the work that Naruto's presence had made urgent and his absence had made necessary. She finished her shift, walked home through Konoha's rebuilt streets, looked at the sky, blue, clear, the sun going down behind the monument, and thought about the boy who had told her she relied on others and who had been right and whose rightness had been the beginning of everything she'd become. She didn't need him to come back, didn't need the validation, didn't need the confirmation that what she'd built met his standard. She had her own standard now, her own evaluation, her own sense of whether she was enough. She was enough. That was the lesson's final form, becoming something that didn't need the teacher's approval to know its own worth. Naruto Uzumaki stood on the Hokage monument at sunset. He had been there since mid-afternoon, standing on the fourth stone head, looking down at Konoha spread below in the golden light of a day ending. The village was whole, rebuilt, scarred in places, carrying the memory of multiple destructions in the architecture of its new walls and the expressions of its people, but whole, functional. Alive, he was wearing the suit. The reverse lightning bolt caught the setting sun and held it. The speed force hummed in his veins at resting frequency, a background hum that he no longer distinguished from his own heartbeat. The other forces sat in their places, the forever force at his eyes, the sage force at his awareness's edge, the strength force in his bones, the still force in the spaces between his thoughts. He was complete, had been complete since the Valley of the End 3 years ago. The power hadn't grown since then. There was nowhere left for it to grow to. What had grown was his understanding of how to use it, when to apply force and when to withhold, when the lesson required fire and when it required distance, when breaking someone was an act of love and when it was just violence calling itself philosophy. He thought about Hunter Zolomon, about a man in a wheelchair in the Flash Museum, about the moment the ideology crystallized, tragedy makes heroes, and the certainty that followed, the absolute conviction that carried him through every decision afterward. He thought about that conviction's architecture, about its load-bearing walls and its blind spots and the places where it creaked under weight it hadn't anticipated. He thought about Hiruzen dying on a rooftop and the cost pressing against its container. He thought about Jiraiya dying in rain and the warning going unheeded and the grief hitting the wall and the wall holding. He thought about the sealed place where he kept the cost of his convictions, about how full it was, about how it pressed against its container every time he stood still long enough to feel it. He let himself feel it now. Let the container open, just slightly. Let the grief exist alongside the conviction rather than behind it. Let himself acknowledge that the man who bought him ramen was gone, And the man who warned him about pain was gone, and neither of them deserved what they received, and both of them chose it. And that choosing was what made them heroes in their own right. Tragedy makes heroes, but the tragedy is real. The cost is real. The man who decides to be the fire bears burns that nobody else sees. He had borne them, was still bearing them, would bear them for as long as the work required. Below him, in the village, life continued. Children going home from the academy, shopkeepers closing for the evening, shinobi returning from missions. The ordinary rhythm of a place that had survived the extraordinary and was doing what surviving people do, continuing, building, living without permission from anyone else. Sasuke was down there somewhere, training probably, or meeting with Tsunade about his integration, or simply walking through streets that had produced his family's murder and choosing every day to rebuild rather than destroy. The question Naruto had forced him to ask, what am I supposed to become, had found its answer. The answer was something that builds. Gaara was in his desert, leading, protecting, being the thing his village needed. Sakura was in her hospital, healing, growing, operating from her own standard rather than someone else's. Kakashi was teaching, better, honestly. They were all what he had built them to be, through fire and broken bones and the hardest lessons delivered in the hardest possible way. They were heroes, the kind this world needed, the kind that didn't break when the next conflagration came because they'd already been through the last one and survived it. The first lesson has taken root, Naruto said, to the air, to the stone faces beside him, Hashirama, Tobirama, Hiruzen, Minato, Tsunade, to the village below and the world beyond, and every person in every nation who had woken from a dream and found reality still waiting, still demanding, still requiring them to be better than they were yesterday. He looked up, at the sky, at the vast, indifferent, endlessly demanding sky that gave him nothing and asked him for everything and would keep asking until there was nothing left to take. You cannot lock up the darkness, he said. His voice carried the dual resonance for the last time. The boy and the ghost, the second life and the first, Naruto Uzumaki and Hunter Zolomon speaking from the same throat with the same conviction they had always shared. You can only make the light strong enough to survive it. The sun touched the horizon. Orange light flooded the monument, the village, the world. For one breath, everything was gold. He stood on the mountain until the sun went down. The stars came. The village lights came with them. Windows illuminating one by one the constellation of a living place reflected in the sky above it. The moon rose white, free of the eye, free of the plan. Just a moon, doing what moons do, lighting the way for people who were still awake. Naruto looked at it, at the place where Black Zetsu had stood and the mechanism that had threatened everything. Just stone now. Just reflected light. Then he disappeared. The speed force carried him away from the monument, a golden streak that lasted one heartbeat against the night sky, and then was gone, lost in the distance, traveling toward wherever the next work was. Because there was always next work. The world produced threats the way rivers produced current, continuously, inevitably, requiring something at the other end to receive and redirect. He was somewhere, moving at speeds that made the concept of location meaningless, watching through the Sage Force's infinite awareness, measuring the world he had forged against the standard he had set, deciding in each moment whether the fire was still needed or whether the people he'd built were strong enough to carry their own light. They were getting there. The heroes were getting there. And for the first time since a 10-year-old boy knelt in a rain-soaked alley and felt his past life click into place and his purpose crystallize into something absolute, for the first time since the beginning of everything this story contained, the work felt like it was pointing in the right direction. The world was awake. The world was growing. The world was full of people who had been through fire and survived it and were building with the hands it had hardened. That was enough. That was more than enough. That was everything. In Konoha, long after midnight, a letter arrived at the administrative building's general mail office, addressed to Naruto Uzumaki, from Sunagakure. The clerk looked at it, shrugged, and placed it in the bin marked for addresses without active residents. The letter sat there for 3 days. On the 4th morning, the clerk arrived to find the bin empty and a single golden hair on the counter that hadn't been there when he locked up the night before. The letter was gone. Everything else in the bin remained. The clerk looked at the hair, looked at the empty space where the letter had been, looked at the door, which was still locked from the inside. He decided, with the survival instinct of someone who lived in a village that had learned to stop asking questions about golden streaks and red lightning, that this was someone else's problem. He swept the hair into the trash and went back to work. Somewhere at the edge of the world, or maybe at its center, because when you move at the speed he moved, every point was equidistant from every other. Naruto Uzumaki held a letter from the Kazakage of Sunagakure and read it by the light of his own lightning. He read it twice. Then he folded it and placed it inside the suit against his chest where the reverse lightning bolt sat. And the expression behind the mask, the expression that nobody ever saw that existed in the space between the Speed Force's light and the boy's own features, changed. Just slightly, just enough. It was the expression of someone who had been told by something outside themselves that the cost had been worth paying. It didn't erase the grief, didn't make the sealed room in his chest any less full, didn't bring back the men who'd been kind to him or undo the choices that had let them die. But it was enough, and he ran, into the night, into the world, into whatever came next with the letter against his chest, and the forces in his blood and the conviction in his spine, and the knowledge, absolute, earned, irrevocable, that what he had built would outlast him. The golden streak lit the horizon for half a second. Then the world was just the world again, spinning, growing, full of people becoming heroes at the speed of their own suffering, exactly as it was supposed to be.
The yellow demon showed this world what real strength costs. If you want more insane what-if reincarnations that slap harder than a strength force punch, smash that like button, subscribe, and turn on notifications. We're cooking the next one even wilder. Thanks for watching, Legends.